Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Who was it? Yes, I think it was yesterday. Black Widow. We were covering. What were we covering? Something serious, and then like Black Widow went away to some tea and came back, and then we were like twin flaming. Anyway, it's really funny. You guys are the best. Love it. Oh yay! We're glad that you're still here. Awesome. Love it. Love it. Yes. Shout out to Black Widow. We love Black Widow from the Republic of Ireland. We have actually several squirrels that are in Ireland. So we are here for Murdaugh. Guys, we're doing the state's rebuttal case. And Twiz, I remember you were saying you're watching the defense expert disaster number 2, Mr. Palmbach, with the gray boys in the ceiling. And you were saying, like, what is the state going to say to possibly outdo this or whatever? Anyway, Kenny Kinsey is back. So we have him there. My favorite expert of all time. There he is. This is where the 2 gray boys get that name coined by the State Attorney General, Alan Wilson. But first, we have some testimony from, it's just I can already feel the emotions from these folks here. Why did I say folks? I never say folks. From Ronnie Crosby and Mark Ball. But also, you guys, we have the dude who threw the cell phone around, that whole thing, that's like became a whole, there he is, that dude. And it's really funny because Detective Gilbertson in Idaho for BK is there's not even a comparison. Like, it's going to make the cell phone dude seem like, I don't even know. I don't have words. If you guys missed that live stream, definitely watch it. But anyway, so we have a couple of those, and then we're going to have Kenny Kinsey. So let's get started.
Defense's case, now the state gets an opportunity to reply.
Oh, I love Judge Newman talking to the jury. Okay.
26. You have heard the defense's case. Now the state gets an opportunity to reply. And you may call your first witness.
May it please court, Your Honor, the state calls Ronnie Crosby.
Get it. All right. Oh, God, you guys. I'm already like, I'm going to need more cough drops. Oh, fuck. And there's Miss Becky. Do
you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Everyone except you, Kane, you voted for, what did you say? So you said some nonsense thing. Everyone else voted for her.
If you would state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Good night, Kane.
Ronnie Crosby, Crosby.
Good morning, Mr. Crosby.
Good morning.
Just want to go over a few things very quickly in reply to some of the defense case. And the first thing I want to ask you.
Oh, God, his sigh. So we're going to get down into the weeds with the hogs. But his deep sigh here is just, you can feel it. And
reply to some of the defense case. And the first thing I want to ask you is, you had previously testified about your close relationship with Paul, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
All right. And over the years, did you ever have call to ride around the property with Paul, yours or his?
More on my property, but some on one or more occasions at Moselle as well.
What, if anything, would y'all carry when y'all rode around the property like that?
Why? This is about Paul?
Response.
Yes, sir. This will be in specific response
I
to
love
the
Creighton.
testimony and in his statements as well. I can be specific. I don't want to do a speaking response.
Right.
But I can ask another question and maybe put it in focus, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. You heard prior testimony that you don't go around looking for hogs in the daytime because they're nocturnal. From the defense,
no way.
Familiar that was what was said?
Objection, Your Honor, if it's based on what he's heard or seen? I mean, is this a comment made to him, or if we're going to delve into the
Yeah,
appropriate
look at that beard. That dude in the green shirt has a beard that would rival Twiz.
way to hunt hogs day or night? I mean, this is not proper reply.
No, this is what we're doing. We're talking about the hogs.
Objections overruled.
Woo! Let's go.
All right. You want me to?
Hog time.
Yeah, if you don't mind asking your question again.
Sure. All right. First question is, have you gone riding around the property with your property or the Moselle property with Paul before?
I have.
All right. And what, if anything, would y'all carry when you would go riding the property?
I believe the only time I rode with Paul was, would have been looking for hogs, and more so on my property.
All right. And what, if anything, would you carry when y'all were looking for hogs?
Your Honor, riding with Paul on his property,
God.
not Moselle.
Objections overruled.
Poot is spicy.
Well,
today.
people who have hogs on their property, as a general rule, you would always take a rifle with you, be it day or night, because you never know when you're going to see hogs, and because they are such a nuisance, as I spoke to earlier in my testimony, you always want to be prepared to shoot them. So you would generally have some type of rifle and we with you, a long gun.
Your Honor, he's giving an opinion.
Wow.
He's not qualified as an expert.
Wow.
No.
Poot.
Objections overruled.
All right. You've had plenty of experience in killing hogs on your property?
Yes, I would disagree with Mr. Harpootley, and I am pretty much an expert about killing hogs.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I forgot this was coming. That's what she said. Hold on. Let me back this up. Oh shit.
You would generally have some type of rifle and we with you, a long gun.
Your Honor, he's giving an opinion. He's not been qualified as an expert.
No.
Whoa.
Objections overruled.
All right. You've had plenty of experience in killing hogs on your property?
Yes, I would disagree with Mr. Harpootley, and I am pretty much an expert about
Yes,
killing
sir.
hogs.
Get it.
And you've had plenty of opportunity to go hunt with Paul?
Objection, Your Honor. I apologize to the witness.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Poot.
And you've had plenty of opportunity to go hunting with Paul or have him hunt on your property?
Yeah, yes, I've been with him, and he's been on my property many more times. I didn't go with him every time he was on my property, but that's the general rule, that you would have a rifle of some sort. Paul, as this jury's been told over and over, was fond of that 300 Blackout. I've been with him while he had it. I usually use some other type of AR framed gun to shoot hogs.
A 223?
Well, 223 or a
497?
6.5 Creedmoor, which is on a
Or a-
AR-10 frame.
85,000.
Would
Blackhawk?
is it common though to
Or,
carry your rifle and look for hogs in the daytime and to see hogs in the daytime?
Yes, you don't always see them. Sometimes night's better if you're using a night vision scope, but I've killed hundreds of hogs in the daytime. Riding it's just something, because there's such a nuisance in the low country and really across the state right now and across the South, that we
don't
have
have
a
'em here.
rule that you don't ride the property without a rifle, because you want to try to eliminate as many hogs as you can, and we also trap them.
To your observation, did Alec have a good relationship with the local law enforcement community?
My observation was had a very good relationship with, probably better than the rest of us, saving his father.
Did you on multiple occasions go over in great detail Alec's original story as to what he did on the night of the murders?
Look at Poot. Poot's like,
On more than one occasion,
Ours panties in a
we
bundle.
discussed his story, as I testified to, I don't know how many weeks ago that was, but it was a while.
And what, if anything, did the defendant tell you about whether or not he checked Paul and Maggie before?
oh, you didn't get
calling
shuttled
911?
over, Angel? She got shuttled over.
My understanding of what he told me was that he checked them before he called 911.
And was he clear on that point to you?
That was clear to me.
When was the first time you've heard the defendant's latest story admitting that he was in fact at the kennels minutes before the victims were killed?
I haven't watched all of this trial like a lot of people have, but when I heard that Ellick was taking the stand, I believe it was last Thursday, I did set up my workstation so that I could watch his testimony, and it would have been when he told you that he was at the kennels was the first time that I'd ever heard that.
Did Alec ever tell you that he thought the boat case had anything to do with the murders?
Consistent with what Alec told in his testimony, he specifically told me that and told us that he did not believe that anyone on the boat had anything to do with it. I don't recall any other conversations with him related to the boat case, but he specifically did not believe, and I think that's what he said last week, that anybody on the boat. But as far as anybody outside, there was a lot of speculation going on, but I don't remember ever discussing that with him. And
With him.
right, because we wouldn't know. I mean, everything beyond was, I don't know. It would have been speculation, but I didn't have a conversation with him about that.
Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant about Barrett Boulware needing money because of his illness?
And you're referring to, yes, I did in I believe it would have been June of 2018. Barrett and Alec were what I consider to be very close.
Improper reply.
Wow.
Yes, sir. The defendant during cross-examination was specifically asked about this particular transaction and that we're about to discuss. And Mr. Crosby's testimony would be in response to what the defendant said about the money, and in as much as he tried to imply that, well, Barrett kind of owed me money anyway.
Right,
justification for
Right.
him stealing
That's
money from
true.
one of his
That's a
best
good point,
friends.
Craig.
You did not ask him about a conversation he had with Mr. Crosby about that money. This isn't proper reply. This is going off on another tangent.
Hoot.
Overrule the objection.
Can you tell us about that conversation, please, Mr. Crosby?
Yes, and if my year's wrong, but I believe, because I didn't know exactly what you were going to ask me, and I can go back and look at documents, but I'm sure it's in one of these exhibits when that occurred, the materials that Ms. Seckinger put in. I believe in June of 2018, Barrett, who was a good friend of Alex, a lot closer to me. I think they were, in my perception, very close friends. But I had become friends with him and had done a couple of real estate transactions with him. That summer, I received a call from his son-in-law. Barrett was in the Mayo Clinic with stage 4 colon cancer.
Objection's overruled.
I do know for a fact that he was in the Mayo Clinic suffering,
Alex.
being treated for stage 4 colon cancer. And I received a call as to whether
Is he related to Alex? So this is one of Alex's former partners at the law firm / close friend, just like everybody in this case. So, but Barrett Boulware, who they're talking about, was Alex's best friend who was dying of colon cancer, and Alex was stealing from him.
I could help
So.
Barrett financially.
Honor, hearsay, a call.
There's a song actually that I've covered called Both Hands, by the way.
Objection's overruled.
Because his wife did not have enough money to stay. Barrett had some waterfront lots.
Wow.
Your Honor, hearsay. All this material came from somebody else.
More objections
Objection.
you've seen than the entire trial.
I do
One day.
know this from firsthand knowledge, Mr. Waters. I had already bought a lot from him, but anyway, he had a lot that he asked if I would buy so that they would have money to be able to, for his wife to stay down in Jacksonville while he was receiving cancer treatments. And I had a conversation with Alec about that.
Tell us about the conversation you had with Alec about that, please.
I just told him, man, it's bad. You know, Barrett's looks like he's going to die. And he did die in September of that year. And he acknowledged it, and he said that it was good what I was doing for Barrett, because he knew that he was in bad financial shape and obviously bad health.
And you're obviously a member of this law firm, and your review of the records as all of this came to light, did that conversation take place around the time that the defendant was stealing some of Barrett's money?
Yes, through this investigation that y'all have heard about into the financial stuff starting in early September of 2021, we started going through a lot of files, and as part of that process, somewhere I determined that in June of 2018, I believe, and I can't tell you the exact figure, but I believe it was a $70-something thousand insurance check that came to the firm on behalf of Mr. Boulware that didn't go through the firm. It was just Alec took it that same month that we had that conversation. And then later there was some more money taken after he died.
Incredible, right, though? Stealing from his best friend who's dying of cancer and then died of cancer. I mean, it's just, you know. Ugh.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 575. States 575. See if you recognize that.
Angel!
Is that David?
That's funny.
One of the sled agents?
Do you not recognize him?
It's the fake David Owens. Will the fake David Owens please stand up?
Is that David Williams?
Well, I'm asking you.
I believe that's David Williams.
This time I hope for States 575.
Guys, remember, y'all remember when, when Alex, when he was on the stand, tried to say that he got David Owens confused with this other David. He thought it was David Owens, and then he learned it wasn't. This is amazing. This is amazing.
That's irrelevant.
What is the relevance?
Your Honor, the defendant specifically testified that when he had that initial interview with David Owen on June 8th, as he manufactured his decision to lie about such a crucial fact, it was because he thought that David Williams was the guy interviewing him.
You
This is
why?
a picture of David Williams.
Why? Tell me why.
The jury can assess the legitimacy of that claim.
Yep.
Never, ever said
Wow.
David Williams. He said David.
Oh my
That's
God.
the record.
Objection,
Never
vote.
said it was that guy.
It's admitted over objection.
Can I have the Elmo, please?
Elmo. Raindrops and roses and whistling. There he is. Oh my God.
That's who you recognize as David Williams.
Yes, I didn't know him. I got to know him through this investigation, and I do believe he was the agent that was involved in the
Whiskers, thank you.
case with
Whiskers,
Mr. Chief Greg Alexander that was referenced.
Clearly not David Owen, though, correct?
Well, that's not David Owen.
Right.
Have you ever tried cases with Alec?
I handled a lot of cases with Alec. I believe the only case I tried to jury with Alec was actually here in this courtroom.
Did you observe
Wow.
him being able to get emotional during that closing argument?
Yes, as a couple months ago when we talked and you asked me what kind of lawyer Alec was, and I told you he was a good lawyer. And one of the things that I think I explained to you was that he was a theatrical type presence in the courtroom, and he could get very emotional doing closing arguments in front of a jury.
I have to say, I do love the courtroom
Thank you.
theater.
Please answer any questions of the defense.
Oh boy. This is going to be spicy
Um,
stuff, guys.
I hate to go here, but let's
Oh.
talk about hog hunting, which I know nothing.
Oh my God, that's right. This is amazing.
I hate to go here, but let's talk
Linda.
about hog hunting, which I know nothing about. Okay.
You might not want to go there then.
Oh my God. The
I've been here
sparring.
so long, I think I probably do need to learn how to hog hunt.
Wow.
But I guess my first question is this. Did you ever ride Moselle with Alec? Did you ride around Moselle with Alec?
Probably, I know I dove hunted there, so I believe I rode on a Ranger, but I don't ever remember doing much riding with Alec at Moselle. But I know I dove hunted there, and sure, I rode in a Ranger or some type of ATV with Alec, but I don't have a
Well,
specific.
when you're riding around dove hunting, you got a gun with you, right?
You would,
Would
I
you
know.
take a shotgun to hunt dove?
yes,
Would you take an AR weapon too?
no.
Why?
Tell me why.
I mean, them hogs are out there, right?
Well, they don't usually come in a dove field when you're shooting dove. So
Well-
I don't know. You just wouldn't, Mr. Hartpootlian, typically. I mean,
But daytime, you're riding around the property, you got a shotgun. You got a slug in that shotgun or you using bird shot?
you would shoot birdshot.
Okay. So if a hog came up, nothing you could do.
If a hog came into a dove field with a bunch of dove hunters,
Well, maybe
they
you're
would
on your
shoot
way-
at him regardless.
Maybe you're on your way to the dove field.
Oh my God.
You don't, the dove field's not right next to the house, is it?
Oh my God, Poop.
Yes, it's right within a few hundred yards.
Bordered by the swamp?
The swamp's on one end of it, yeah.
Here's the
Okay. And
swamp.
where do the hogs live during the day primarily?
Well, they can live in the swamp, they can live in a bay, it can be anywhere, but largely in the swamp.
The swamp. So a hog could have come out of that swamp
Been 1 week since you
Yes.
met me.
and you were unarmed.
Dun, 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 dun.
As I said, if a hog came in a dove field near somebody
The giant
dove hunting, they would probably
Chinese
shot it with birdshot.
Would that kill a hog?
If it was close enough, but unlikely.
But unlikely. So you have in fact ridden around Moselle without a gun to kill a hog, appropriate gun to kill a hog.
Well, yes, if I was going over to the dove field, I wouldn't have one.
But you've never ridden as Paul and Alec did that afternoon, just looking at different,
I'm
like where
drumsticks
deer,
in the brain,
what
they're
do
kicking.
they call them?
Two gentlemen,
Where you
lights on.
plant stuff for deer.
Food plots?
Yeah. Or looking around at how these fruit trees were doing. Remember the
Who could
Snapchat
forget?
video?
I've never done that with Alec and that I recall, but I could have in the past, but I don't have a specific recollection.
Or where they planted some corn for, I guess, use corn for deer and ducks.
You do, but you don't plant them in the same spot.
No, I get that. One would be near a pond or in a pond or around a pond,
Correct. They had a duck pond.
right? And then the others would just be out where the deer might come out and try to feed, right? Look, we don't need to go there.
Yeah, I don't think, yeah.
Okay, but you've never rode around like that with them, looking at different plantings and that you remember.
I don't have a specific recollection of doing that with Alex.
Okay,
There.
but you're not telling this jury that they would do that without a blackout. Would it bother you or offend you or scare you that they're riding around the
Why are you
property
so
during the daytime
handsome?
without the blackout?
No, I was answering questions about what's normal if you're looking for hogs or if we're just riding my property. Most people carry a gun, but no, I have no idea what they had with them or what they were doing.
And I think Alec testified they were looking for signs of hogs because you could come back. It'd be a lot easier to find those hogs at night, right? They come out more likely at night than they do during the day.
They can become nocturnal when they have a lot of pressure, but as I said before, we've shot a lot of hogs in the daytime. You
Sure.
can ride up on them and yeah.
But has anybody testified they were out looking to shoot hogs that afternoon?
I don't know what all the testimony's been in this
Okay.
trial.
All I'm saying is there seems to be some implication they would not ride around the property without an AR or some sort of blackout. You can't testify to that, right?
I cannot.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what you heard from Alec the night of June 7th. You would agree with me that, well, let's ask it this way.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Poop.
Primarily personal injury, is that correct?
It is.
Catastrophic injuries.
Well, I handle a lot of catastrophic injury cases.
Cases, for instance, where a husband and wife are riding down the road and hit by a tractor trailer. And by way of example, maybe you could give me something more specific. Husband's killed, wife's severely injured. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now, is it your experience in people who undergo, maybe they're not hurt, but their loved one is hurt, maybe killed? In that situation, that's a traumatic experience for the surviving person, correct? To see their loved one killed?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you sit down with those folks and begin to recount with them what happened that night, oftentimes, I do a little work like you do, oftentimes those folks misremember or get times wrong, or because they went through this very traumatic experience. And the closer to that experience, the more likely they are to get some things wrong. Times, for instance. Is that your experience?
They can, but I also find that people who have been involved in traumatic experiences try to be very accurate with the details because they know it's important to me representing them.
Yep.
And typically, you don't go out to the scene of the crime and interview, or the scene of the action, interview them that night.
Who? This dude.
Typically.
Well, typically you don't because you don't know it's happened.
Well, sometimes in the old days they used to do that, but they don't do that anymore.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Right.
That would be very rare.
So you're seeing them in your office weeks later?
It can be days, can be weeks.
Okay. And in that atmosphere, it's a little more conducive to them being as accurate as possible, right?
It is, but oftentimes we also have the benefit of recorded interviews when there's a catastrophic injury. Typically, the highway patrol will try to interview people as quickly as they can, and they will. We oftentimes have it on video off a dash cam or sometimes body cam, but and a lot of times written statements. And
written statements from witnesses who saw it happen.
Correct.
And so when you interview those people, they have the benefit of reviewing whatever you have to help them get a better recollection of what happened, correct?
This is pointless.
That's correct.
Okay. So the instance you're talking about where Alec told you he turned him over before.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
He made the 911 call, whatever it was. I'm not quite sure. Before, I think is what you said.
Oh my
God.
God.
Would be inconsistent with something he says later on after having reviewed other people's statements, looking at video. That would not be unusual in your business. I think you just said it would not be unusual, correct? Strike that.
You're trying to take me somewhere that you probably don't want to.
Oh, no, I think I want to.
Answer the question.
Withdraw the question. Let me ask you this question. Maybe let's get to the meat of matter here. Have you had to come out of pocket to pay back the money he stole?
Yes, and if
how much?
I
don't tell me you don't know.
Well, we're still counting, Mr. Harpootlian.
Well, how much have you paid so far?
Wow, we're still
we have had
counting.
To borrow millions to pay back.
No, how much have you had to come out of pocket?
Well, when you borrow it, you got to pay it back, and I couldn't tell you how much has exactly been paid back as of we sit here today. But yes, and if you're implying that I would come in here and somehow shade truth in any way because of that, I would take high offense with that, Mr. Harpootlian.
I'm concerned about your high offense. Are you angry at him for stealing your money?
I have no feeling one way or the other.
You don't have any feeling about Alec Murdaugh betraying you and stealing your money. I admire you. I don't know that I could look beyond that.
Objection, Your Honor. It's sustained. There's not a question. The jury is to disregard the argument.
You are not angry with Alec Murdaugh?
I have had anger with him, extreme anger, Mr. Harpootlian, because of what he did to my law firm, my partners, my client, his clients, our clients, what he did to his family, what he's did to so many people. Yes, I experienced a lot of anger, but you can't walk around with anger. You have to find a way to deal with it and move forward. And I have done that. And if you suggest you are dead wrong if you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money, when we're talking about two people who were brutally murdered,
Yep.
then you're headed in the wrong direction.
Do you think he did it?
Oh my God.
I don't have an opinion. I don't have the benefit
Oh my
of the
God.
materials you have.
Well, let me ask.
Wow.
You're angry with him,
So-
stole millions of dollars from your firm. You admit your firm's not even called the Murdaugh firm anymore, right?
Here's the thing.
It is not. I
Never
don't.
called the Murdaugh firm. First of all, this is crazy. First of all, he's right. Resentment is a poison you give yourself. But second of all, what a risky question from Poot. You're never supposed to ask a question you don't know the answer to. And when he says, "Do you think he did it?" Holy fuck, that is a ballsy question. Wow.
And if you suggest
Hold on.
find a way.
This is crazy.
Sustained, there's not a
This
question.
is not how normally, like, wow.
And jury is to disregard the argument.
You are not angry with Alec Murdaugh?
I have had anger with him, extreme anger, Mr. Hart Pootlian, because of what he did to my law firm, my partners, my client, his clients, our clients, what he did to his family, what he's did to so many people. Yes, I experienced a lot of anger,
And
but
that
you
anger
can't
goes-
walk around with anger. You have to find a way to deal with it and move forward. And I have done that. And if you suggest, you are dead wrong. If you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money, when we're talking about two people who were brutally murdered, then you're headed in the wrong direction.
Do you think he did it? Do
I
you
don't
think-
have an opinion. I don't have the benefit of the materials you have.
Well, let me ask you this. You're angry with him, stole millions of dollars from your firm. You admit your firm's not even called the Murdaugh firm anymore, right?
It is not. I don't admit that I'm angry right now. I told you I've gotten away from that. I don't have any feelings because you can't walk around with anger. I have been very, very angry about it because of what he's done. And he did it in a very callous way, a very deceitful way.
Yes, he did.
And you carry no, I'm sorry, maybe I just saw some anger there. Were you angry just a moment
Oh,
ago?
for fuck's
No,
sake.
you keep trying to push a question and don't want to accept my answer,
Yep.
which is what it is.
That you've just given your Zen, your Nirvana, your whatever the.
Your Honor, objection.
Mr. Hart
Have you
Pootlian,
forgiven him?
I came to the scene of these murders to support my partner.
Wow.
I
This-
was there. I saw things that hadn't even been talked about in this courtroom.
Wow.
I was there. I love Paul very much. I thought I knew who Alec was.
Wow.
I did not. And it's hard you might not understand, but
Wow.
it's hard to walk around with anger, and hard to even walk around with it when it's with somebody who you didn't know and didn't understand.
Mhm.
So you might have be that way, but you know, I've got a function, I've got a family, I got to move on with life.
Were you aware that he
Wow.
went to rehab in 2017?
Oh.
I was not,
Oh,
other than
this is so good right here.
what was said by Alec in this courtroom.
It is.
You never were aware he had a drug problem?
I was unaware.
Okay.
Oh, the way that Ronnie Crosby, Mark Ball loved Paul, it is so much. Yeah.
Sort of.
And if I would have been known, I would have tried to help him.
Correct. Absolutely. Everything that Poot's doing here, I mean, I want to watch this again. Totally, absolutely objectionable. All of this. But this is, the thing is Creighton is a phenomenal prosecutor, my favorite prosecutor on the planet. And he trusts this witness that no matter what Poot does, and same with Mark Ball, there's nothing that these witnesses they're going to be completely honest. And they trust the witness. I mean, this is incredible to watch.
No, you keep trying to push a question and don't want to accept my answer, which is what it is.
That you've just given your Zen, your Nirvana, your whatever the.
Your Honor, objection.
Mr. Hart
Have you
Pootlian,
forgiven him?
I came to the scene of these murders to support my partner. I was there. I saw things that hadn't even been talked about in this courtroom. I was there. I love Paul very much. I thought I knew who Alec was. I did not. And it's hard you might not understand, but it's hard to walk around with anger, and hard to even walk around with it when it's with somebody who you didn't know and didn't understand. So you might have be that way, but you know, I've got to function. I've got a family. I got to move on with life.
Were you aware that he went to rehab in 2017?
I was not,
Really?
other than what was said by Alec in this courtroom.
You never were aware he had a drug problem?
I was unaware.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sort of.
And if I would have been known, I would have tried to help him.
Mm-hmm. That.
You indicated that he could be emotional in trying a case, correct?
He could be. He was theatric, much like his father and grandfather had a courtroom theatrics, and he could be emotional.
Any of your other partners that way? Johnny Parker?
No, Johnny's quite the opposite. Johnny's very
Laconic, I believe, is the best way to
yeah.
describe it.
He doesn't show emotion.
Nobody else in your firm was theatric or emotional?
Not to Alec's level.
You don't know any other lawyers in the state that go to that level?
You're asking me a question right now. I don't know. You might yourself. I don't know. I don't know what other lawyers do. I'm usually trying cases against defense attorneys, so I don't get to see plaintiffs' lawyers anymore.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you for. Well, let me ask you one last thing. This Bullware guy that he stole all the money from, Mr. Bullware, remember him?
Yes, I remember him.
How much money did you steal from him? Do you remember?
He stole 70-something thousand in June of 2018. Mr. Bulwer died in September, I believe, of 2018, and I believe another 270-something thousand after Mr. Bulwer's death, sometime in or around February of 2019.
Have you and your partners paid Mr. Bullware's estate or his folks back?
Yes, I met with them personally.
Okay. And even though it's cost you your firm and it's cost millions of dollars to you, you have forgiven him? You bear him no ill?
I didn't say I forgave him.
You're just not angry about it anymore.
I said I have no feelings. And I had to work on that, Mr. Harpootlian. You know, when you go through what we've gone through, not only the trauma of losing people we loved in a double homicide, seeing the aftermath, and then learning that someone you worked with for more than 20 years had been stealing throughout a period of time and deceiving us, there's a lot of emotion there. And yes, it was bad in the fall of 2021, and I have found a way to have no feelings. It's not forgiveness. It's just I don't have any.
You're not angry here today. You're not angry at him at all.
I'm not angry.
Okay.
If I raise my voice, it's only because of the implication that you were trying to
The
make out of it.
implication that you might not want to help him in front of this jury here today because let me finish the question. Because he destroyed your firm. He stole millions of dollars you had to pay back. He deceived you. All that's away and is not influencing your testimony here today at all. If you'd answer that yes or no, then you can explain.
All those things happened, and it does not influence my testimony. I
You know
take
what's so dumb?
the oath that I just took very
Yeah, so Poot's trying to get him mad, so then he can be like, "Look, you're still mad." It's just so dumb. I just want to hear this. Wow.
when you go through what we've gone through, not only the trauma of losing people we loved in a double homicide, seeing the aftermath, and then learning that someone you worked with for more than
he said on the stand, it was 60 to 100 Oxycontins a day.
20 years had been stealing.
Actually, then he says 60 to 100 a day, but then he says sometimes more. Great.
Throughout a period of time and deceiving us. There's a lot of emotion there. And yes, it was bad in the fall of 2021. And I have found a way to have no feelings. It's not forgiveness. It's just, I don't have
You're not
any
angry
feelings.
here today. You're not angry at him at all.
I'm not angry.
Okay.
If I raise my voice, it's only because of the implication that you were trying to
The
make out of it.
implication that you might not want to help him in front of this jury here today because let me finish the question. Because he destroyed your firm. He stole millions of dollars you had to pay back. He deceived you. All that's away and is not influencing your testimony here today at all. If you'd answer that yes or no, then you can explain.
All those things happened, and it does not influence my testimony. I take the oath that I just took very seriously. And if you've got any indication that anything I said was inaccurate, I'll be glad to address it with you.
Well, the jury can judge that. Thank you.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
How long did you know Alec?
Hiding the money.
Since the late 90s.
Hiding.
And knowing what
Rub
you know
your face
now,
in it now.
was he able to look you in your eye and lie convincing to you day in and day out?
He did.
Mm-hmm.
And was he able to look juries in the eye and display emotion?
That is
Creighton is just incredible. He's not a typical attorney, as you guys know. No type A. Look at how he's so not fazed at all by Poot's antics. It is incredible to watch.
Day out?
He's so chill.
He did.
And was he able to look juries in the eye and display emotion?
that is not appropriate redirect, and it's leading.
Objection sustained.
Right.
Mr. Harpootlian asked you about some of the things that you have gone through.
Wow.
And is your issue with Mr. Harpootlian's questioning the implication that you would come in and shade things in front of this jury?
Objection, leading.
What is your concern with Mr. Harpootlian's questioning of you? Can you express that to the jury, please? All that he just went through with you, sitting up on the stand, having to deal with this, what is your problem with what he was trying to say?
Uh-huh.
Well,
Yes.
I fortunately, well, to start with, I took an oath to tell the truth. But we as lawyers also have oaths and obligations to a court. And it goes a lot deeper than just that oath. We are bound by rules of professional
Mhm.
conduct, ethical rules that I take very seriously as a lawyer.
Unlike some
To my
people.
knowledge, I enjoy a very good reputation as far as being a person of integrity. And that's what I took issue with, is him attempting, because he cannot impugn my integrity.
That's fair. Would you
Beautiful.
take a
Beautiful.
22 if you went out looking for hogs?
Possibly a 22 Magnum, which is a long rifle.
Which is a long rifle?
Yes.
You take a long rifle, not a pistol, is that correct?
A pistol to shoot hogs is ridiculous.
Yeah, I would never, I'm not a good shot with a pistol, but I would never take a pistol.
And what was Paul's favorite gun for shooting hogs with?
I knew he always had a 300 blackout.
Yep.
But I don't know if he shot him with
It's
anything else.
masterful.
Thank you. Nothing further.
It's masterful.
Think further.
I mean, and you guys, the cross exam of Alex is, yeah.
I'm
No.
sorry, I just can't leave this alone.
Oh God.
The-
No.
Is the 300 blackout that's in evidence his favorite? The 300 blackout with a thermal scope on it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Step down.
I think. Oh, it is. It is. Okay, so we're not going to watch Dr. Reamer because again, we're just revisiting certain things. So, but yeah, it absolutely is. And literally, y'all would never. I will watch that cross whenever. I mean, I will never tire of that cross exam. That cross exam is literally the best thing. Okay, so now we're going to have the dude who installed the blue lights, I believe, on the car. And we have two crook ones, and then it's this dude and then the phone dude who threw the phone around, and then we have Mark Ball. Yeah, it is the best cross of all time. Probably my favorite trial thing of all time. You know, it is so incredible.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that any
And
testimony
there we have Rhonda McElvey.
you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You will please just sit right up there. State your full name for the record, and spell your last name, please.
I love this dude.
My name is
Yeah, also.
Thomas
Mhm,
C. Smalls,
mhm.
folks call me TC Smalls.
Yes, sir.
Um,
Get it.
SMALLS.
So Alex tried to throw him under the bus and blame him for something with the lights. Dude,
Sheriff Smalls, how you doing today?
oh boy.
Doing good.
All right.
That's why he's
Tell the
involved.
jury just a little bit about yourself, and I called you sheriff, so if you could just kind of explain that to them a little bit.
Okay, in law enforcement for 39 years, 8
Love it.
months.
Love it.
I retired in December. 16 years of those 39 years was, I served as sheriff of Hampton County. Been in Hampton County all my life. I'm a pastor,
Mhm.
pretty much married, 4 kids,
It
7
is so good.
grandkids,
It is so good.
and just trying to
Yeah.
enjoy some retirement. I retired December 31.
My favorite trial of
31st day
all
of
time.
December 2022. Yeah,
Well, I'm sorry to pull you back in. You said you just retired, huh?
yes.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, I do.
Have you known him for years?
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever have a conversation with Alec Murdaugh about him asking you permission or even telling you about installing blue lights in
Here
his
it
private
is.
vehicle?
No, sir. I never had a conversation with Alec Murdaugh. Matter of fact, I never had a conversation with anyone in my 39 years about installing blue lights
Yeah.
in their personal vehicle.
That's not something that's done, is it, sir?
Oh, no.
Nope.
Did you know anything about the defendant claiming
For
that
anyone who didn't know, right, what they're talking about is Alex had blue lights installed in one of his vehicles. And guess what? It wasn't even a personal vehicle. It was a vehicle owned by the law firm. He had blue lights installed. So he could be like a fake police officer and like get out of shit and whatever. And like he had a badge and he had blue lights installed. Incredible. Incredible. So when he was on the stand and asked about it, Alex said that this dude gave him permission to have blue lights. And this dude is like, what? Why would, what? Wow. Mm-hmm.
I never had a conversation with anyone
Incredible.
in my 39 years about installing blue lights in their personal vehicle.
that's not something that's
Wow.
done, is it, sir?
Oh, no, no.
Wow.
Did you know anything about the defendant claiming that you permitted him to do so until he testified to that last week?
Correct.
Yeah.
Didn't know anything about
Didn't
it?
know anything about it.
And he never approached you at any point about that?
No, sir.
Did he ever approach you about any threats or anything as a result of the boat case, the boat wreck case?
No, we never have.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
I can't remember if they crossed him. Twiz, you're so creepy.
Well, it's 12:01. Good afternoon, Sheriff Smalls.
How you doing?
My name's Jim Griffin.
Okay.
I'm a little hoarse. This pollen's getting to me, but it won't take long. You've known Alec Murdaugh for many, many years. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he was a volunteer solicitor in Hampton County, 14th Circuit, for a number of years, correct?
I realized he
That
worked along
funny
with his
stuff.
father
Right.
as a, I don't know whether, I thought he was an assistant solicitor. But he worked along with his father as in Hampton County.
But he held the position of assistant solicitor of the 14th Circuit,
Yes, he did.
and he worked with his father
Right.
trying cases in Hampton County and perhaps Colleton County and other places. You aware of that?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And are you aware of him
did it?
trying any
That's
cases
funny.
when it wasn't with his father?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And his father was, we're talking about Randolph Murdaugh,
Correct.
and he was previously solicitor. Is that correct?
Right.
And are you aware that Alec Murdaugh was issued a badge for that position?
No, I was not.
Okay. And there's some,
Sorry, his face. Dude, his face. Watch.
Not.
okay. And there's some,
He's confused as fuck. He's like, what?
you were questioned about permission that, whether you gave him permission to have a blue light installed in a vehicle, and you said you did not, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether Anthony Russell gave him permission?
I can't answer that.
Now, who's Anthony Russell?
Well, during my time when I was sheriff, Anthony Russell was a captain in my administration. He later became sheriff after I retired. He ran and he won the office of sheriff, and he holds the office now.
And he was maybe not your right-hand man, but he was pretty high up in your administration.
He was a captain.
Okay. And then Chauncey Solomon, what was his position?
Chauncey Solomon was a lieutenant.
And Perry Singleton, he was passed away. What was his position?
He was a lieutenant.
And you know that Deputy Russell, Deputy Solomon, Deputy Singleton were very close to Alec Murdaugh. Were you aware of that?
Well, I knew they knew him. I don't know how close they were.
Okay. And did Eddie Gibson install the blue lights on the vehicles for the sheriff's department?
Not for my cause. Most of my vehicles light was done with a company out of Orangeburg, and then later we started working with a gentleman by the name of Charles Mitchell that installed lights, and he out of, I think, Hardyville or Bluffton.
So you don't know who do you know who Eddie Gibson
Oh, I
is?
know who Eddie Gibson. He worked for me at one time.
And when he worked for you, did he install blue lights? He worked on the vehicles, the fleet of vehicles?
No, not my vehicle.
Well, when he worked for you, what did he do?
He was a deputy sheriff. He patrolled.
And sounds like you're unfamiliar that at any point in time, Mr. Murdaugh had a blue light in his vehicle.
I never had any knowledge that he had blue lights in his vehicle.
Oh, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, further.
Your Honor, can I approach, may we approach very quickly?
Okay, now we're going to get to the dude with the phone in the office, y'all.
December the 31st,
I'm just kidding.
2022.
2022, so just a couple months ago.
Right.
Thank you for coming today.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Here today will be the truth.
All
All
Good
right.
afternoon. Sergeant McManigal, correct? Yes, sir. All right. And you're employed with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office? I am. And you testified previously in this trial, correct? Yes, I have.
just
briefly remind the jury exactly what topic you testified on earlier.
Okay.
Briefly, please.
I was tasked with redacting Alec Murdaugh's cell phone records to remove
So this is like taint stuff.
any possible attorney,
Yeah.
client attorney privilege.
He was the
information.
taint. He did the tainting.
All right. And during that testimony, you were not qualified as an expert, correct?
That is correct.
All right. But you have been qualified in previous trials.
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many times have you been qualified as an expert previously in other trials?
About 10.
10 times. Okay. And is that in cell phone forensics?
Part of it was about, for my notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 times of that was in cell phone forensics. The other was crime scene investigation.
Okay. All right. And just let's briefly go down as quick as you can. Let's go through your training experience in cell phone forensics, please.
So this is really funny.
I'm currently assigned to the United States Secret Service.
Remember, we know how this goes. They're going to try to offer him as an expert. This is in their rebuttal case, right? And so we want to be listening for what is he, if he's normally offered as an expert, what normally would it be for? What does he seem qualified for? Because we're going to pit that against what he ends up testifying to. And this is really an interesting thing here. Okay.
Cyber Fraud Task Force, which is where I received most of my training. I have been trained in basic computer evidence recovery, advanced
I'm
computer
with you on that,
forensics,
Angel. I'm a terrible liar.
oxygen forensic suite
I
training,
can't do it.
blacklight examiner, advanced mobile device examiner, Celebrite physical and logical examination, XRY certification training, Macintosh triage and imaging, Apple iDevice forensics, Celebrite advanced JTAG extraction, network intrusion response, vehicle forensics, digital video recorder evidence and recovery, ransomware investigation.
Whoa. Court TV? Huh.
Admit
Okay.
Sergeant McManigal as an expert in cell phone forensics.
Okay. So notice, let's listen again. They're going to offer him as an expert in cell phone forensics.
Would seek to admit Sergeant McManigal as an expert in cell phone forensics.
So qualified.
Sergeant McManigal, last week you were present when a gentleman named Micah Sturgis testified for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
And specifically, he testified about this feature in iPhone known as Wake.
Raise to wake.
Raise to wake,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And briefly explain to the jury what that function is and what it serves as in the cell phone, for the iPhone, excuse me.
Raise to wake is when the cell phone is laying down and you pick it up. It realizes that somebody is picking up the device and tries to assist by turning on the display so that you could possibly unlock it with your face on.
So I just wanted to know,
Or read
right?
a note.
Again, they offered him as an expert in cell phone forensics and the defense said no objection. So what you will see here is Barbara was asleep at the wheel, as they say, a little bit.
Notification possibly if there's a notification.
Barbara being one of the defense attorneys.
on the
That's
screen.
correct.
And so it's designed to turn on that screen when it thinks someone's picking up the phone to look at the screen, correct?
That is correct.
All right. There's been previous testimony, I think, by Mr. Sturgis and other experts.
By the way, so Spencer's just now joining. Spencer was here the other night or whenever it was recently when we watched the Alex cross exam. We were just talking about how masterful that is. So Spencer, feel free to let people know your thoughts on what you thought of that that cross exam.
In this case, that the iPhone, if the screen is off, it will not record an orientation change, correct?
If the screen is off, it will not record an
And
orientation.
you agree with that opinion?
I agree, yes.
And you were asked after Mr. Sturgis' testimony to investigate a little bit more about this raise to wake feature, correct?
I was.
And specifically, as demonstrated with the jurors, the screen's going to turn on when the phone is picked up gently, correct?
That is correct.
Because the phone thinks it's being picked up to be looked at, correct?
That is correct.
You're asked to investigate with a test device whether that screen lights up every time a phone is picked up in a more violent fashion or quicker fashion, correct?
Correct. When the phone is picked up more aggressively or moved more aggressively, the device will not turn on the screen.
And that's because the way raise to wake feature is based off of what in the cell phone? What's telling it to wake up?
The
sensor?
accelerometer primarily.
Okay. And so the accelerometer is sensing motion, correct?
Correct.
And so if it senses a slight amount of motion, it's going to turn the screen on because it thinks someone's picking up to look at it, correct?
Can't be the witness.
And so if the cell phone only detects a slight amount of motion, what does it do? What does the iPhone do?
So if the iPhone registers a slight amount of motion, it thinks it's being picked up, so it will turn on the screen. But if it's being picked up more aggressively, it won't. And that's a battery protection feature. If you had the iPhone in your pocket and you were jogging, you don't want the screen to stay on the whole time. So when the phone is moving more aggressively, the screen does not turn on.
And so you're asked to do some tests in your lab.
We
with a
go.
Test device, correct?
In your
That
lab.
is correct. I
In your lab.
obtained an iPhone 11 Pro Max, which is the same make and model as the phone that Maggie had.
All right. And what software version was on your test device?
The software that was on my device is iOS 14.8.
Here we
The
go.
one that was on Maggie's was iOS 14.6. So the iOS that was on my device that I tested was slightly newer.
And did you perform a series of tests with various motions and various throws with this phone to determine, and were you able to develop an opinion of when the screen might come on and when it might not?
Yep. Too late.
Rule 5, this is an experimental form of evidence.
Yep.
This is something seized.
Yep.
And we have not been provided this.
Objection is overruled. Rule 5 does not apply.
So this is the whole thing, right? Now Barbara realizes what's going on. So this whole thing he's about to talk about is like literally nothing to do with what he was admitted as an expert for, but Barbara dropped the ball.
So you did perform a number of tests, correct?
Yes, sir. Performed many tests over the weekend. I put pick it up and shake it, pick it up and
Oh my
throw it.
God.
I threw it off to my desk. I knocked it off of my desk.
Guys.
I tried to flip it end over end. I tried to throw it like a Frisbee. I did each one at least 10 to 20 times.
Okay. And were the results 100% conclusively? I mean, did the phone do the same thing every time?
No, not at all. Sometimes the screen would turn on. When I threw it, land face up, and then the screen would turn on. But a lot of the times I would throw it and the screen would not turn on. It depends on how the accelerometer registered that movement.
So based off of your test, is it your opinion that an iPhone of the same make and model as Maggie's could be thrown and the screen not turned on?
Can't leave the witness.
Did you develop an opinion about whether the screen would turn on every time the phone was thrown?
If the phone is thrown, the screen does not always turn on. In my experimentation, I determined that when the phone is thrown more like a Frisbee, 9 out of 10 times, the screen does not turn on.
Now, the reason this matters, even though this is not an official experiment by any stretch, is because the whole thing is like, how did Maggie's phone get to the side of the road, right? And did Alex throw it out of his car when he was driving? And part of the whole thing was at the time, because of the GPS in the car and the GPS on his phone, they know exactly what time it was that he was at that exact spot, right? Like it's just all the location is not in question here, right? It's like all of millions of pings. And so they know exactly, what time it was that he was passing by that area. And the thing is that Maggie's phone did not register an orientation change at that time, right? And so that's why this has been a whole point of contention throughout this trial. Again, we're just revisiting key testimony, but in the entire trial, that's a huge thing, is this whole thing about Maggie's phone and the orientation changes and when would it wake up, and all that. And so that's why they brought him in rebuttal. Now, of course, this is not a real experiment, but I'm just letting you know why they're talking about this.
The times that it did turn on most often was when I pick it up and tried to shake it, then the screen would come on briefly.
Okay. But 9 out of 10 times when you toss a phone like a Frisbee, the screen would not turn on. Correct?
That is correct.
Not far from the state.
Oh my God, that's hilarious, Twiz. By the way, those of you guys who are members, we've got the two 12-year-old ninja assassins with their green lasers. You got custom emoji available to you guys. Okay, get ready. Now, what you're about to see here, this has been one of those things. This has been like a meme, right? You guys will hear about it, and I'm sure you've heard about it being referenced. If you haven't seen this, you've heard about this probably in other places. This will be nothing. Everyone will forget about this. Not me, but other people probably will forget about this after Detective Gilbertson testifies in Idaho about the experiment with the house and the 2 to 4 minutes. Mark my words on that. It will be like this, but a bazillion times worse for the Detective Gilbertson. It's going to be crazy.
Good afternoon.
Crazy.
When you performed these experiments, did you record them in any way?
I did not.
Yep.
You didn't video record doing any of this?
No video?
I did not.
Yep.
Did you consider video recording any of these experiments?
Actually, it never crossed my mind.
You just did the experiments and then just sort of orally relay when you could have had a video to show us?
That is correct.
Literally exactly the same as what happened with the Darren Gilbertson dude. But like a bazillion times worse, because this is actually not that huge of a deal in this case, right? Like this is not, there's plenty of other stuff to figure out what was going on with the phone. I mean, it's just, but the time frame that one person is supposed to kill 4 people and for the state to say 2 to 4 minutes, it's possible. And to have literally nothing apart from them saying that they tested it out, and there's no video, there's no photos, there's no nothing. It's just this dude saying he did it, tested it out, and he could move at slower and faster paces and pretend. Like, I can't even get the words out, you guys. If you didn't see that live stream, just probably you might want to go back and watch, because that is going to be that will be the hugest issues for the jurors, right? And even just at first glance, getting familiar with the case, they'd be like, how could one person do this in this short period of time? And that's what the state's going to offer. I'm going to just keep playing this, or I'll just keep ranting. So
if you were going to throw a phone out from a moving vehicle, wouldn't you need to pick it up, to toss it?
Certainly.
And if I understand the previous testimony,
Twiz, are you asking about this attorney? If you're asking about this attorney, this is Mr. Barber. Yeah, you probably haven't seen him yet. This is Mr. Barber, one of the defense attorneys. He's actually the best, I think, in my opinion. He's the best of the 3 defense attorneys. So he's cross-examining this law enforcement officer.
when you pick it up, the screen comes on.
When you pick it up gently.
So if you pick it up to toss it out the window while you're driving, you got to pick it up. Is that
The witness. So it's the Secret Service agent. So this is the state's rebuttal case, right? So they brought. I don't know that you were here, Twiz. We watched for the defense's case in chief. We watched the Micah Sturgis testimony, which was great. He was their cell expert, and he's awesome. He's an iPhone cell expert, and phenomenal. Loved him. So this is the state's rebuttal. So they are now calling witnesses to rebut certain issues raised by the defense. So they had this guy come in to rebut the testimony of Micah Sturgis, who was that defense expert, to talk about whether or not a phone would always wake up if it's thrown or moved a certain fashion. And so does that make sense? So this is the state's rebuttal witness being cross-examined by Mr. Barber.
Is that correct?
Correct. And if you pick it up aggressively, it will not.
But not always.
Not always.
Sometimes will, sometimes won't.
Correct.
According to the
If you
experiments
look around his neck, he's wearing a Secret Service badgy thing.
that you conducted since, when did you do these experiments?
I started it Friday afternoon and into Saturday.
Oh my God.
So you did these experiments this last weekend.
Correct.
You did not record any data.
I did not.
You just played with the phone and are coming here to express your observations.
Amazing.
That's correct.
Do you have the phone that you used to do these experiments with you?
Not with me.
Are you aware of how the phone Maggie's phone in this case, how it, when it was located, what its position was? Have you seen the photos?
I have.
And was it screen up?
It was screen up.
Would you agree then that it had to be thrown from a screen up position, because if it was screened down and you turned it over to throw it out, the screen would come on?
Of course not. It can tumble through the air.
So if the phone was screened down in the car and it ends up screen up over here, it has to turn over, right?
At least one time. Yes, sir.
And do you, I guess, disagree with the previous testimony and demonstration that when you take the phone and turn it over, the screen comes on?
No, when you pick it up gently, the screen does come on.
We say pick it up. If you rotate it on that axis so that it's screen down to screen up, does the screen come on?
If I pick it up gently and rotate it, the screen comes on. If I pick it up aggressively, it does not.
And if it's facing you and rotates 90 degrees, does the screen come on?
Only if you do it gently. Again, if you do it aggressively,
How
it will not.
gently?
Fucker gently.
Did you measure any of these forces?
I did not.
You just threw the phone around in
And
your office?
more.
Absolutely.
There it is.
So you didn't record what you were doing, and you did not measure any data. Was
did
this
not.
because you were afraid that you would have to disclose that data if you recorded it?
Of course not. No.
Do you normally do experiments and don't record any data or video, record anything?
It never crossed my mind to record video.
Do you believe that you would have to have disclosed that data if you had recorded it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I believe so. Yes.
So the reason you didn't record data was that it would have to be produced, and then we could examine it and discover whether or not it was accurate.
No,
You
sir.
avoided that by not recording anything, correct?
No, sir. That's not correct.
Why didn't you record any data?
It did not cross my mind to video record my experiments. I just did the experiments to determine whether or not
And
the
you
screen
didn't,
would
you
turn
didn't
on.
occur to you to measure how fast you were moving the phone? Maybe to even find out what is that threshold you claim where the phone goes from turning on to not turning on?
Don't worry,
Exactly
I'm
when
gonna
does
answer
that
this
happen? You
question.
have no idea, do you?
I'm just
No,
waiting.
sir. It would take me much longer to do these experiments to determine the exact speed and force required to turn the display on versus not.
Nope.
Did you discover any,
Didn't.
or did you attempt
It's
to
a
locate
joke. It's a joke, but this is going to be nothing compared to what we're going to see in Idaho with Detective Gilbertson.
any documentation regarding the raised awake feature on the iPhone?
I did. I tried extensively. I reached out to several different forensic surface focus groups that I'm a part of, and we were not able to find any white papers on the subject.
So you were unable to find any actual data on it, so you resorted to throwing your phone around alone? Was anyone with you when you did this?
No, sir. I was alone in my office.
Wow.
So you're alone in your office, throwing the phone around, taking no measurements, recording nothing over the weekend, and then you come in here and testify as an expert as to what the phone will do.
That's correct.
And testify that it's different than what we've seen it do right here in this courtroom.
That's correct.
That's right, Spencer. Yep.
Had-
I mean, that's pretty much the long and short
Have
of
you
it.
ever done this, anything like this before? You'd mentioned testifying 6 times before. Did you ever, was this your expert testimony in any other case?
When my expert testimony in other cases was always about cell phone reports and the data contained therein. I've never
Right,
actually
but because he's in cell phone forensics.
done physical experimentation to come up with
Right.
a realistic result.
So your previous experience was extracting data from cell phones. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Is that what you're trained to do?
Yes, sir.
The training that was listed, it was to extract data from a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Are you an engineer?
No, sir.
Do you have any certification in engineering?
No, sir.
So it
Do you
just
have any-
gets worse. Okay, I'm going to answer this question now. To answer this question from Twiz about what did his defense attorneys, did they say he's innocent? The best way to do that is to take a look here at opening statements for just a couple key spots. This is the end of the statement opening.
Because look at how he's acting. But he says within a few minutes of each one of those, he says, this is about the boat
And our
case. This is about the
Angel,
boat
it's
case.
expected to be 3 months. 3 months.
And you're going to hear
3 months.
some of what was going on in Alex Murdaugh's life leading up to that day. Stuff that happened that very day, stuff that was leading up, a perfect storm that was gathering,
Get it, Creighton. Get it.
much like the storms that are coming outside today.
Yes.
Listen for that evidence. Listen to that gathering storm that all came to a head on June 7th, 2021, the day the evidence will show he killed Maggie and Paul.
Beautiful.
This has been a long, exhaustive investigation. And it's going to be a fairly long trial because it's complicated. It's a journey. There's a lot of aspects to this case. There's a lot of factors to this case. But like a lot of things that are complicated, when you start to put them all together, piece them together like a puzzle, all of a sudden the picture emerges and it's really simple. It's really simple. Once we get to the end of that journey, and you have a chance to deliberate, the evidence is going to be such that you're going to reach the inescapable conclusion that Alec murdered Maggie and Paul, that he was the storm.
Yes.
That the storm was coming for them. And the storm arrived on June 7th, 2021, just like the storms that are heading here right now, that they died as a result, beyond any reasonable doubt.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
All right, here comes Pooh. Get ready. You might be right, Pastor, about that. Right. Yeah.
For the defense.
And I've not covered that, so
Report, Your
Spencer,
Honor.
you might have heard that from somewhere else, but I think you might be right about that, Angel. Okay, get ready, guys. I know, right? All right.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Dick Harpootlian. I think I introduced myself to you all and the attorneys, the 3 other attorneys, Jim Griffin, Philip Barber, Margaret Fox. It is our honor to represent
Okay, here you go.
Alec Murdaugh, or Murdaugh, depending on how you pronounce it. I say it's our honor because I submit to you what you have heard from the Attorney General as facts are not. They're his theories, his conjecture. Now stand up.
Oh my God, this is so awkward.
This is Alec Murdaugh. And Alec was the loving father of Paul and the loving husband of Maggie. You're not going to hear a single witness say that their relationship, Maggie and Alex's relationship, were anything other than loving. You're going to hear about how they went to a baseball game the weekend before. You're going to hear about their relationship. You're going to see texts and emails indicating a loving relationship.
It's coming, trust me.
Paul, the apple of his eye. You're going to see a video somewhere between 7:30 and 8 o'clock the night of the murders with Paul and Alec riding around looking at some trees they planted. It's a Snapchat that Paul sent to other people because the trees were not planted very well. They were cantilevering over.
Freaking fruit tree.
They're laughing. They're having a good time. That would be about an hour before the Attorney General says he swatted them. When I say he swatted them, when they were swatted, and no question, Paul Murdaugh was shot twice with buckshot, 12-gauge buckshot, once in the chest. And by the way, that shot would indicate it was in the chest and came out under his arm, like somebody that might have been holding up their hands. So when he says no defensive wounds,
Well,
he perhaps is being held at shotgun. I mean, I can make the same sort of speculation
this is objectionable.
that the Attorney General can, because that's all he's doing is speculating. What we do know is 12-gauge, fairly close range shot to the chest. He must have been turned because it comes out under his arm. There's wadding, if you're familiar with a shotgun, under his arm. The second shot ended up, and there's going to be some question about the direction of that shot,
No.
but ended up entering his skull cavity, and the gases from that shot literally exploded his head like a watermelon hit with a sledgehammer.
Wow.
All that was left was the front of his face. Everything else was gone. His brain exploded out of his head, hit the ceiling in the shed, and dropped to his feet. Horrendous,
Yep.
horrible,
I know.
butchering. So to find Alec Murdaugh guilty of murdering his son, you're going to have to accept that within an hour of having a extraordinarily bonding, you can see it in the Snapchat, that he executes him in a brutal fashion. Not believable. Not believable. Now, Maggie is shot
I'm going to skip forward a little bit because I know that it's coming right up. There's a, hold on. This is, sorry. Hold on.
took that AR and put one in the back of her head. Executed. Executed. Why? This is going to be interesting because we don't know why. He doesn't know why. He's got theories of this and theories of that. But why? Number one. Number two, what was it in that hour between when he's yucking it up with Paul? And let me say this to you. His record, he was interviewed. He comes.
I'm just getting to the part. So there's the telemetry. Cell phone records, Maggie. So there's the phone, but there is a part here. Oh my God, the photographs. 911 call.
You're going to hear their witnesses explain the catastrophic injuries to Paul. That his head literally exploded. And whoever shot him with that shotgun was probably no more than 3 feet away. Maybe closer, maybe a little further away. his head exploded, you would be covered in blood from head to foot. Head to foot.
Well, he
In
hosed
blood.
off at the kennels anyway.
I think, son, brutal. Your human experience, if you ever go into shock, just what's grab. He was
Okay,
traumatized.
so there is a part though where they get to the part about being innocent. Hold on, let me find this. I think it's towards the end. The dog pen.
That audio they have of him and Maggie, they're talking about one of the dogs killing a chicken. And they were debating whether it was a guinea hen or a chicken. No animosity. Very normal discussion. Paul's very happy. We know that Paul, after that, is texting back and forth with the girl about going to the movies. Nobody's down there threatening him. Daddy's not pulling out a shotgun and killing him. For, 10 minutes after that, he's texting this girl. So, big question.
Thanks, Chris.
One shooter or two?
There you go,
Two
Spencer.
different guns, shotgun and an AR.
There you
And by the
go.
way, Maggie has no defensive wounds because she's running. What's she running from? And could you shoot? Typically, she had a little shed right, probably 150 feet from the feed room on the other side of a wall. Perhaps she heard the shotgun blast and came around and saw somebody or two people, and whoever it was opened up. Was there enough time to kill Paul, and then find the AR and then ambush Maggie? Much more likely there were two people, but again, we don't have to prove anything.
That's right, Twiz.
Let me sort of share the framework in which you should examine this.
Okay, here we go. Now, I will say he does a great job of the burden of proof and the presumption of innocence. I think one of the best I've seen in openings from a defense attorney, honestly. Really impactful.
You have agreed to follow the law.
Watch.
And here's the law. Here is the law. He didn't do it. He is presumed innocent. As you sit there right now, when you look at him, you have to believe he is innocent. He didn't do it. Now, let me tell you, that's so difficult to do. I get it.
I love that he acknowledges that. Yeah.
And the way maybe the best way to explain it is
I
this.
think he does say it directly, though, later.
This morning or yesterday, nobody really reads newspapers anymore, but if you're reading the newspaper, looking at the internet, and you read the police had arrested somebody for some heinous crime, the natural inclination of everybody, all of y'all, is to say, thank God they caught him.
I talk about this all the time.
Or her. Thank God.
For a sec. I talk about this all the time because it goes again, literally. I mean, he's exactly right. People have to assume they have the right bad guy. Like, imagine if there was like a killer on the loose in your neighborhood, right? It would be chaos if people didn't think that they had the right person, right? I mean, I talk about this all the time because it's so crazy. It flies in the face of the presumption of innocence. It's like complete opposite. But anyway, but this is funny how he says, or girl.
Inclination of everybody, all of y'all, is to say, thank God they caught him or her. Thank God that person is in custody. And you did something that's so natural.
Cognitive dissonance.
We all do it. You presumed the police had arrested the person that committed the crime.
Society wouldn't
You
function
presumed
otherwise, right?
him or her guilty. That is the natural thing to do. And you know what? That's fine for you to do. Any other day except today. Because you took an oath to follow the law. And the law is, he is innocent. He's presumed innocent. That is your presumption. Your mental framework is, he didn't do it. They've got to prove it to me beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what's even more difficult, and this isn't a contest, this isn't a game, this isn't who wins and who loses. This is about justice. You know, Oliver Wendell Holmes, one of the justices of the Supreme Court, once
No,
said,
you hear that part. Okay, let me go forward a little bit because he goes back to it. Okay, hang on.
the judgment of it. That's you. And the framework is you presume him innocent, and you cannot convict him until the state proves to you beyond a reasonable doubt of his guilt. And a reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt which would cause an ordinary person to hesitate to act in the more important decisions in their life. Now, what makes this even more complicated is there's no direct evidence. There's no eyewitness. There's no camera. There's no fingerprints. There's no forensics tying him to the crime. None. None. I say that without any fear of contradiction whatsoever. None. And what the judge is going to tell you is, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. Now, this smoke they've created is about suspicion. I mean, if you show up at the scene and you got the wife, the wife especially dead, and the guy's got a shotgun, you know, it's pretty logical for the cops to jump to a conclusion. He did it. And the problem is that as they came to that conclusion, they have pounded that square peg in the round hole, and you're going to hear about it.
That's what
David
he said.
showed up at the blue
Tarp. Okay, you go ahead.
that the state's put up there. With a critical eye, phone records, he also tell you what they're not going to say. They're involved in it. They're not going to say. I say this one last time. He didn't do it. He didn't kill Butcher, his son and wife.
So right there, that's different. That's different than the presumption of when he's saying he didn't. Let me play that again. So this is me answering Twiz's question here, because I would rather show you than tell you, right?
He didn't do it. He didn't kill Butcher, his son and wife.
There you go.
And you need to put from your mind any suggestion that he did.
And one thing is, in interviews and stuff like that, they did say he was innocent. They said he wasn't there, but that was before the kennel video came out. But that's what they said.
You've been picked because you said you could be fair. You were picked because you said you could follow the law.
No.
You were picked because Alec Murdaugh believes that you can be fair. Now, if during this process over the next however long we're here,
Okay, so then, and then he says it again.
remember, as you sit there right now,
Wow.
in your mind, he didn't do it. He is innocent. He would require a verdict of not guilty from you. That's the law. That's your oath. Thank you.
Well, they did before now. Yeah, they didn't. They did see it. So my recollection of the interviews, I could be wrong. It's possible some of them happened after the kennel video, but I know that they had been maintaining, because it came up in the trial, that they'd been maintaining that he was at his mom's house, right? Just like his alibi. But I mean, you heard it here, right? So that they said there's that really strong one there a second ago where he said, you know, he didn't do it, he didn't shoot him, blah, blah, blah. So okay, so now let's pop right back on over, and we're gonna have what are we having? We are gonna have, so I think we got the point here with this phone thrower. So now we're gonna go ahead, and now we have it'll be Mark Ball. Okay, let's go.
Ms. Barber asked you several times about being an engineer. Correct?
They did, but not until during the trial. What now, Annie? His attorneys had that kennel video. They had it long before trial. Is that, I don't know what you're referring, because I mean, that's discovery. Like and there was pretrial litigation about his alibi. Initially, it was going to be an affirmative alibi defense. And then what happened was when they got that video, they had to change gears. and they couldn't put on an affirmative alibi defense. So they ran like a pseudo alibi defense, which is what we saw, which is him getting on the stand and saying, I wasn't there. So they had that video. It's just that the public hadn't seen it. No, they knew it was him. There's no question that that's him in the video. There's no question that that's him. There is no question that's him in the video. It's just that it took them a while to get into Paul's phone, right? Because they didn't have the passcode. So when it was after they got once they got into Paul's phone and had that video, that's when they brought the murder indictment, if I recall. I know I looked all this up, the timeline of this, but recently, but I can't. I'm pretty sure that's how it went down. It might have been after they talked to Rogan and Rogan said, yeah, I heard him there, but I feel like it was after they got the video. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure. So it took them like 3 months to get into Paul's phone and then the Snapchat video, but they were going to run an affirmative alibi defense because, he gave all those interviews to law enforcement, kept saying, I wasn't there. I went to my mom's, right? And so that was what they were going to do. But because they can't, now with the Paul's video, they can't prove it. It's a pseudo alibi defense, right? Where like, he's just going to testify that he wasn't there, but it's not real deal. So.
Correct. And did you hear anything?
Statistically reliable. You do.
Okay, mark the law.
Got it. Your last name, please, sir.
It's Mark Ball. Last name B-A-L-L.
And after Mark Ball, we have
How you
Kenny
doing
Kinsey.
He'd be doing better if I wasn't here.
I hear you. Well, we'll get you out of here pretty quickly. I wanted to just ask you a few very quick questions in response to the defense case. And first question I'd ask you is, prior to the murders of Maggie and Paul, did you ever hear Alec express any distrust of SLED?
No, sir.
Can you tell the jury what your observations were of his relationship with the law enforcement community?
I thought it was very good. I mean, he interacted with them regularly, as most civil lawyers do. And then with his side gig as, solicitor, he obviously had interaction with them as well.
And for anyone who wants to review,
Do you
the testimony,
remember-
I've covered this entire trial, and but as far as the opening statements too, for anyone who hasn't seen those in their entirety, we watched those back in the day, but also even just in this revisiting key testimony series, we started with opening statements, of course, in their entirety. So,
coming to find out that
yeah.
Alec had installed blue lights.
Absolutely, he maintains his innocence. He will until the day he dies. Guarantee you.
In
Will never change.
Private vehicle.
Yes.
And can you tell the jury roughly how long ago that was?
I can't tell you precisely. I can tell you it wasn't the vehicle that's been seized. He got that vehicle in the end of December before the murders occurred in June. So he'd had that vehicle about 6 months roughly. And it was on the vehicle that was prior to that. And it was a Suburban as well. I don't remember when in that chain that they were actually installed, but it was some time.
Do you have some property around in this area?
I do.
And are you a hunter and a outdoorsman and shooter?
I am.
All right. Do you ever shoot hogs and other nuisance creatures?
A bunch of them.
And when you're riding around looking for hogs, what can you do that in the daytime?
Yes.
And is it not uncommon to see hogs during the daytime?
I shot 2 weeks ago. I shot 5
During the daytime?
during the day, 4:30. They come out, all different times, but the more pressure you put on them, the more nocturnal they'll become, but they eat all the time and they root, and the rooting's what the real problem is. They root up your roads and fields and everything else.
Have you ever known the defendant? You've known the defendant for how long?
34 years.
You were the defendant and his family had a number of long guns, rifles, and
Wow,
shotguns.
34 years.
Have you ever known him to talk much about target shooting a pistol?
No, sir.
You know what Paul's weapon of choice was when shooting hogs?
Shooting,
Hogs.
the 300 blackouts were bought for hog hunting. I assume Paul would have shot him with anything he had, but that's what that's what the 300 blackouts
Great
were bought for.
testimony.
Did you have any conversations with the defendant when he was
Y'all, the
purchasing
reason this matters is because and actually let me back it up a second. There was something else here that I should have mentioned. Oh yeah, the pistol part. Right, because in Alex's second interview, he says that they were target practicing and he says he was using a pistol. That's when he starts getting weird about it, because it's like he's going to say he's using a gun, but not those weapons, because remember he's like, "Oh, I don't know when I saw them last." So that was a good point here. But then this whole thing about the 300 blackouts, right? To establish that, because remember, the murder weapons were never recovered, right? So to establish that the shotgun and the 300 blackout, right, they existed, and that they would have been using them, and they were out there riding the property, and that, you know, that gave Alex the opportunity to have them. I mean, I believe he staged them ahead of time after the two of them rode around. So so Alex has been trying to say, like, they rode the property and they didn't have any guns, right? Which again, it's almost like one of those things, like trying too hard. He would have been better off if he was like, yeah, of course we had guns. We always rode the property with guns, because they did. Literally all the testimony is, right? All the testimony says it. He's like, no, we didn't have any guns. It's like, you know, it's that whole thing where it's like too strong of a denial, and it's not plausible, because he's trying to distance himself from having any contact with those specific weapons. And and why? Like, why? If you know what I mean? Like, so, I mean, we know why. But anyway, I just wanted to explain why this is important, to establish that those guns were there. And remember, the other thing is this, that one of my favorite witnesses, Roger Dale Davis Jr., testified that when he was up there doing the dogs at the kennels and left at like 4:30 in the afternoon or 5 in the afternoon, there were no guns around over there. So Alex had to bring the guns and stage them, right? That's the other thing. Premeditation. All right.
I assume Paul would have shot him with anything he had, but that's what the 300 blackouts were bought for.
Did you have any conversations with the defendant when he was purchasing the original 2 blackouts as it relates to hog hunting?
I did. I'm not a big 300 blackout fan, and I told him that, and he bought them anyway. And I think his cousin actually put them together, who was a game warden.
In the
Shout out to Big John
time,
Bedingfield.
after the murders, did you have a number of conversations with the defendant about his activities that night?
I did. I had that night and then subsequent days.
And did you go over to those in fairly some sort of detail?
Yes, sir. You know, at times, sometimes it wasn't detailed. You know, it would just be checking on him to see how he was doing and to see, you know, if they'd come up with any leads or where things stood. I mean, everybody was trying to figure this out. I mean, this is one of those lightning strikes in life that just jolts you, and there's no rhyme or reason.
What, if anything, did he say about whether or not he checked Maggie and Paul before he called 911?
As I testified before, my recollection of it was that he testified, or he told me, not testified, but he told me that he went to Maggie and then he went to Paul, rolled Paul over. His phone, I didn't hear the phone the first time he said that. I think that was about the second or third time. But I also wasn't really listening. I was listening to what occurred, you know, who did this, why would they have done this? But the second time he went, it was reversed, where he went to Paul and then to Maggie. And like I told you before, I don't know whether that's just a slip, from one to the other, or vice versa. But he definitely went, checked on them, then called 911.
When was the first time you heard his admission and claim now that he did go to the kennels around 8:44 p.m.?
Thursday, last
This past
Thursday.
Thursday?
Yeah.
And was he clear prior to that he did not go down there in his conversations with you?
Never said anything about that or any reason for it. It just, he'd never been there.
You said you've known the defendant for how long?
34 years.
Knowing what you know now, was he able to look you in the eye and lie convincingly and effortlessly to you?
Objections overruled.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. I didn't know the stealing. I didn't know any of that. And, it's not the way a plaintiff's practice works. You work on your own cases unless you're working with somebody else. And so you wouldn't necessarily be talking about his particular cases. So it's sort of yes and no. I mean, obviously, a lot of things that I was told and a lot of things just weren't there. I mean, the blue lights, the reasoning for the blue lights, the money missing from our account when he cashed the 2 checks, all of those types of things. Obviously they weren't truthful.
And did you feel like you knew the defendant well prior to June?
Sure thought I did.
Right of defense.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ball.
Good afternoon.
Just be clear, after the Labor Day weekend when Alex was confronted by the law firm.
Well, it was before Labor Day.
Yeah,
It was
Friday or Thursday
Right.
before.
It was the Friday before we confronted him.
You ever talked to him since the day he was confronted?
I talked to him on that Monday when I believe that he and Randy and John were going to, I believe, Atlanta,
Okay.
to the facility down there. And I got a phone call, I don't know, 1 or 2 o'clock, whatever it was. I was coming from the office. I'd been digging through his files and stuff, and I got a call. It registered as John Marvin, and I picked it up and said, "What you need, John?" And it was Alec.
And that would have been Labor Day 2021.
That would have been Labor Day 2021.
And since Labor Day 2021, you've not spoken with Alec.
I have not.
And since Labor Day 2021, Alec has either been in rehab or jail. Is that correct?
He has been, to my knowledge. I mean,
So you've not had any opportunity. I mean, he's been represented by counsel as well, right?
sure. I mean, I wouldn't expect to if, he's being charged with crimes.
So you wouldn't have any expectation that since September of 2021, he would come to you, talk to you about whether he was on a video, whether it was at the kennels or where he was, correct?
No, not since September.
Okay. You were asked questions about Alex distrust of SLED and you testified that he had a good relationship with law enforcement.
He did. I never heard any mistrust of SLED or anybody else
Well, let's talk about that.
from him. I mean,
Well, did Alec take the position that his son Paul was wrongfully charged for felony boating under the influence, causing a death and serious bodily injury as a result of the boating accident?
yes, I think he disputed that and was planning a vigorous defense of that.
And that happened, those charges have been pending since 2019, is that correct?
4 years ago, a couple of days ago.
Right. And so he did express some dissatisfaction over that case, correct?
Well, over that case, but I don't know that it was directed at law enforcement or who it was directed at. It was just, it wasn't, he didn't specifically say or didn't say, I distrust SLED or I distrust Beaufort County Sheriff's Department or DNR or whoever. It was just, he thought that there was defensible, it was a defensible case, the criminal charges against Paul. And, you know, there was this back and forth as to whether it could have been one of two people driving.
And you were informed, I believe, sometime in the spring of 2021 that SLED was actually investigating Alec for obstructing the boating accident investigation, right?
No, sir.
You were not aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
Do you know whether Alec was aware of that?
I have no idea what he was. He never said that to me. I didn't know about anything to do with the investigation until the grand jury, when I went to the grand jury.
Were you aware that he and his father sat in on the criminal prosecution of his good friend, Greg Alexander?
I became aware of that. Well, back up. Yeah, I knew they went over there. I didn't know much about the detail until
So
after.
what Jim Griffin is trying to do here is support Alex's testimony from when he was on the stand, when he said that part of the reason he lied was because of his distrust for SLED. So this is going to the distrust for SLED thing.
The SLED came in after the 3rd of September 2021.
And Chief Alexander was prosecuted after SLED investigated him, correct?
I think that's the case, yes.
And that Alec and his father thought that Chief Alexander was wrongfully accused. Are you aware of that?
I don't know what they thought about it. I know that they were close to Greg Alexander, and Greg Alexander ultimately got off on a jury trial.
Now we do know that the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, in this case, recused themselves because Alec was.
Let me correct something. I said that he got off. He was found not guilty.
Right.
I mean, I don't want there to be a negative implication. I know Greg as well.
Sure.
So,
Well, thank you for clarifying that. And we do know that Sheriff Buddy Hill and the entire Colleton County Sheriff's Department recused themselves in this case because of Alec's close relationship with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department and law enforcement. Is that right?
I know they recused themselves, and I know they called in SLED that night. I wasn't privy to the reasoning, but I would make that assumption.
And there are different levels of law enforcement agencies, right? There's the,
Sure.
say, the Town of Hampton Police Department, Hampton County Sheriff's Department, and Alec had a really good relationship at that level with those folks, correct?
He did.
And he had a really good relationship with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, to your knowledge?
He did as far as I know, yes.
Right. But I think I covered that. So you mentioned that hogs become nocturnal when there's a lot of pressure on them.
They can.
They
But
can.
It depends on a lot of things. Like right now, the swamp's up. They're much more on the hill.
Right.
Then when times are dry, they go out into the flat swamp and root up everything out there.
And the pressure that you're referring to is hunting pressure.
Yeah.
And are you aware that Paul put a lot of pressure on the hogs at Moselle?
I knew Paul hunted hogs a lot of places. At one point, Paul had hog dogs and would hunt on people's property. He came to my property, he went to Ronnie's. But how much pressure they were putting on them, I don't know because I wasn't over there. I mean, I'd ridden around their property several times, but it wasn't about hog hunting.
Sure. And I want to ask you about the Moselle property tract. So, we've all seen drone photos of the house and the kennels and Moselle Road. That's sort of right in front of the residence.
Yes.
Right. And then if you're sort of looking from a drone and you've seen some aerial photos, I guess if you're headed south, there's the Dove Field right adjacent. Is that south? I would think.
Yeah, at least east.
Okay.
Um,
And then
Absolutely, Spencer.
back behind the Moselle residence, I think there's a river.
Well, there's a swamp.
The swamp
And then
begins.
the big Salkehatchie is back in there.
So the swamp begins behind the house and goes, I don't know, is that west?
Sort of south.
Right.
If the runway's running east and west,
Okay.
then it would be
But
south.
But the swamp is behind the house.
It's behind the house.
Okay. And across the street from the house is duck pond and shooting range and no swamp.
Correct. Timberland.
And all the hogs are going to be behind the house.
They're all over. They follow. There's a watershed ditch in there. They follow wherever, but predominantly they seek refuge or whatnot in the swamp. But they can be anywhere. I have them. There's gum ponds and every place else, and they just trample wherever they want to go. But you're right. By and large, they're in the swamp because it's wooded.
Right.
And
And
thick.
and in the month of June, pretty warm, is it not?
It usually is here in South Carolina.
Yes, it is. And do hogs stay in the swamp more in the heat of the summer?
I haven't noticed that, and I've killed probably well over 1,000 hogs.
Wow.
And so we trap them all the way through. I mean, I've got 2 traps well, actually I got 6 traps, but I mean, I trap them, I shoot them, they're just a scourge. They eat everything. They root up your roads. They get in your pine trees when they're little, they'll root them up. They're a teetotal nuisance. I carry a gun with me most of the time.
Do you have a gun with a thermal scope so you hunt them at night?
I do have a thermal, and then I have others.
Yeah, Mr. Small, is there ever a time when you don't have a gun with you when you're traveling around?
Only if I forget it,
Right.
but
That's what I thought.
usually I have one.
And you understood that Maggie and Alec got 300 blackouts from Paul and Buster for Christmas one year, and they came with thermal scopes.
I do.
And are you aware that Paul had his lost or stolen,
I was.
and then he received a replacement without a thermal scope,
Right. My understanding was it had a red dot.
and that he didn't use that one very often. He used Buster's that did have the thermal scope. You've learned that?
I've heard bits and pieces. I haven't been watching everything, but I did.
Right.
Somebody told me that, or I heard it, one or the other.
And Buster's is sitting here in the courtroom. Were you aware of that?
I didn't. I assumed y'all had.
Okay.
I know that the black one was taken from the house because I was standing there.
Right. That's fair.
But you wouldn't use a thermal
In the daytime.
in the daytime for the
Right.
most part. I mean, you could, I suppose, but it wouldn't serve much purpose.
There's been some discussion about Alex emoting and being emotional during trials. He's an emotional person altogether, isn't he?
I think he probably is.
When you remember him speaking at when his dad got the order of the Palmetto, for example,
I do.
and he'd get emotional then.
Yeah.
And you remember him speaking at the trial lawyers after he had finished up his term, and he got emotional then.
Well, I wasn't there for that. So.
Oh, you missed that. Okay. But you've seen him get emotional frequently.
Sure, everybody gets emotional.
And he was extremely emotional after losing Maggie and Paul.
There's no question about that.
One last point. Do you recall reading or learning on the morning of June the 8th that statement was released through the Colleton County Sheriff's Office that says, at this time, there's no danger to the public. If information is received that dictates otherwise, we will immediately notify the public?
Yes,
Did that concern you?
very much.
And why did it concern you?
Well, I had been over there that night. I left 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, came home, laid down for a little while, took a shower, and then I heard that. And I got on the phone with Sheriff Smalls on my way into work about 7:30 or so. And I asked him if he knew anything about what that was about. And he said, I don't know, I'll check. And then later that evening, the lieutenant from over here called me and he explained that they didn't have any credible threats against anybody other than, they didn't have any threats, period, but they didn't have any, there was no knowledge, no information about anybody else being in harm's way. And we had probably a 30 or 45-minute conversation, and it didn't leave me any more. I guess I still had questions because we have 60 or 70 people that work for us.
Sure.
And the last thing I wanted was somebody coming in and blasting up the place. And so we made the decision to lock the doors, and we did that for probably a couple months.
All right.
And just like we're doing now.
Thank you. That's all I have.
You were asked a little bit about Colleton Sheriff's Department recusing themselves. Are you aware that they continue to assist on the case?
I know they were out there, and I wouldn't, the internal politics of who's lead and who's not lead. I mean, I know that they were there because one of the deputies called me the next morning and asked me where Paul's truck was, and I called Alec and verified where it was, and told, I had several interactions with them. So yeah, they were still involved. They weren't.
And for the first few months of the investigation, the local solicitor's office was still running the investigation, to your knowledge?
As far as I know, they were out there. Mr. Stone, his chief assistant were out there, and an investigator were out there the next day. And I want to say they were out there maybe 2 days, but to lend whatever assistance they could lend, I guess.
And that'd be the same
And
solicitors?
then I think it was August. I saw it like everybody else in the paper that Mr. Stone had recused himself.
And that'd be the same office for which the defendant had a badge, is that correct?
Correct. He was an assistant, and so was his father.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Just briefly, Mr. Ball, isn't it correct that law enforcement does the investigation, solicitor's office does the prosecution?
That's the way it normally works.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break.
Now?
Excuse the jury now till 2:15.
Time for Kenny Kinsey.
Please do not discuss the case.
All right. So now we also have Alan Wilson taking his only witness for the trial. All right.
If you'll bring the jury.
Okay, see if they have. Okay, and they have public. Okay, cool.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Kenny Kinsey.
Woo!
Nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Love him.
have a seat, adjust that microphone for me. If you'll state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Kenneth Lee Kinsey, Kinsey.
Welcome back, Dr. Kinsey. It
Love him.
feels like a year since you were here. You were qualified last week as an expert, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
What I would like for you to do right now is just to remind the jury.
He's
give them
rebutting the testimony from Mike Sutton and Timothy Palmbach. So Mike Sutton was the creator of the 5'2" ninja assassins with the green lasers, and Timothy Palmbach upped the ante by saying they would have had to have been hiding in the ceiling of the feed room and also wearing goggles. So
a little bit of background on your education, your work history, your credentials that made you qualified to be an expert witness.
Yes, sir. I've got a degree from Clemson University, a master's degree, that's undergraduate, a master's degree from Troy University, a PhD from Walden University. I have formerly been certified by the International Association for Identification 2 different times for crime scene investigation and reconstruction. I've worked approximately 800 death scenes in my career, and I've handled and processed countless evidence in crime scene and the crime scene related disciplines. I have completed and passed proficiency in those disciplines as recommended by the International Association for Identification, which includes oral exams, research, technical work, and also I worked under a qualified examiner for a determined amount of time. And I've been a police officer for approximately 30 years in various capacities.
And just to remind the jury, you were qualified as a forensic or crime scene forensics expert in this particular case.
Yes, sir, I was.
And real quick, what other types of qualifications as an expert do you possess?
I'm also a firearms instructor for handguns, shotguns. They call them patrol rifles, but that includes subguns, fully automatic and semi-automatic platforms. I have endorsements through the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I'm also a SLED concealed weapons permit instructor, and I'm formerly a law enforcement firearms instructor through the NRA.
Now, you've had an opportunity to review the case file for this particular case, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you have actually been out to the crime scene, correct?
I have.
Beg the court's indulgence. I would like to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 526. Do you recognize this map?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
That's a satellite map from the Moselle property.
I would like to offer this into evidence. I assume no objection.
Okay. Submitted.
Dr. Kinsey, we're going to keep our testimony today narrowly focused and tailored to a few witnesses that the defense put up this past week. Did you have the opportunity to observe one witness named Michael Sutton, who was a forensic mechanical engineer for the defense?
I did.
Now, do you recall any of his conclusions or what his main conclusion was regarding the size of the shooter?
I do.
What was that conclusion?
5'2" to 5'4".
I would like now, Doug, if you would, I would like for you to publish or cut on Defense Exhibit 140. Go to page 49. Okay, now what I want to do is we're going to get into this in just a moment, but they published this into evidence last week. And do you recognize these green lines coming out?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and what do those green lines represent?
Those green lines represent a
Oh my God.
predicted static angle or I don't know what you would call it, trajectory for possible shooters.
And Doug, if you would go to page 74 of this presentation, please. Do you recognize this photo on page 74 of the defense exhibit?
I do.
And what is it?
It is Mr. Sutton pointing a pump action shotgun into the feed room at Moselle.
Okay, and did Mr. Sutton develop his conclusions as to the height of the shooter based on math that he did in this particular case?
He said it was trigonometry, but yes, sir, he did.
Look at his
Based on your
face.
many years of
Look
law
at his
enforcement
face.
experience, education, and training,
He's
what
amazing.
is your overall opinion on his conclusions?
I think his intentions are well, but I think his methods were flawed.
Way too generous, dude. I love him so much, though.
So what I want to do
Always
is
the consummate professional.
I want to go back, and there were 3 previous angles that we just looked at in the previous slide, correct?
That is correct.
And then he also determined an angle here in this photo, correct?
That is correct.
And those are the angles that he used to determine the height of the shooter, correct?
That is correct. And Mr. Wilson, I don't know the totality of what he considered, but that was one of the elements, one of the criteria he used.
Okay, just to refresh the jury's recollection, Doug, if you go to page 4, it should be state 62. It's a picture. What is that a picture of?
That is a picture of what's been described as a quail pen.
Go to page 5, please. And what is that a picture of?
That is a close-up of that quail pen, and it has weathered cardboard on one end.
Okay, and that, for the record, is exhibit 63 that is a picture of. And go to page 6, which should be state 64. And what is that a picture of?
That is a close-up of what appears to be a bullet defect or bullet damage in that cardboard.
Okay, now they base their angles of at least 2 angles. Let's back up. There were 2 angles taken from this particular one bullet hole. Why is that?
There were, I believe the original crime scene agent gave a possibility of 2 angles of the angle of impact in the cardboard.
Okay, and what are some things that someone can determine from examining a bullet hole in this cardboard?
Well, the first thing is direction. It lets you know that you had one or at least one projectile fired from that direction. It's a pretty good indicator for direction.
Okay, what's another thing that you can determine?
Sometimes you can determine the angle of impact and whether that bullet was affected before it struck that object. And what I mean is, was it deflected by flesh, or did it hit its target, or is there an internal problem with the weapon that would cause that bullet to be off
What about
center?
if it hits bamboo?
Are you comfortable with the direction that was determined by Special Agent Worley in this particular photo?
I'm very confident of that direction.
Okay, the defense determined that there were 2 potential angles. How confident are you that the methodology used to determine those angles are accurate?
I have zero confidence from this piece of evidence as far as establishing angles.
So that's interesting. You feel good about the direction of the bullet going into the quail cage, but you have a concern about the angle, correct?
That is correct.
Do you have a concern about the angle?
The angle of impact, yes, sir, that is correct.
What are 2 things that could affect the angle of impact on a surface like this cardboard?
As I mentioned before, you could have, that bullet could have hit an object, which we don't know, or it could be an internal problem with the firearm that causes it. When you think about, if I could explain,
Yes.
When you think about a quarterback throwing a football, they spin that football
This is a
and it
great
makes it stable in
example.
flight. Well, a projectile coming out of the muzzle of a firearm, a single projectile firearm, works the same way. You've got little lands and grooves in that barrel. And as that propellant pushes that projectile down the barrel, it twists. Now, there's different twists depending on the firearm, but that twist, called rifling, most commonly, that's what my grandfather called it, but it makes that bullet stable in flight. Anything that can throw that projectile off of battery, whether it be striking something or a firearm problem, maybe fouling too much lead in the barrel, those kind of things will make that bullet off center. Now, it still may go the general direction, but the rotation of that projectile could be off just a little bit when it strikes the target.
So a good analogy would be a lineman getting his hand on a football and making it go wobbly, but it keeps going, correct?
That would work, yes, sir.
You're allowed to leave with
I'll leave the
experts.
witness.
Could
Usually,
you zoom in on this hole real quick?
that's what she said. There's a lot of that's what she says, by the way, coming up.
Dr. Kinsey, I'd like to ask you to step down here, and for demonstrative purposes, I'd like you to demonstrate how an angle of impact can be affected in cardboard with
Get ready.
the dowel.
I think this is
Describe
great.
to the jury what you've done with this box.
I've placed 4 strategic holes in this box representing a bullet defect in cardboard. As you probably saw in the photographs, as a crime scene investigator, we use dowel rods to help determine direction and angle of impact. Now they can be as simple as a wooden dowel rod like you get at your hardware
The
store,
question's going to be how straight and hard is it?
or they make some real complicated ones made out of fiberglass. If you can afford it, you know, most agencies and most crime scene teams will use a fiberglass rod, but the wooden rods, as long as they're pretty straight
Hard,
and smooth, they work just the
wood.
same. So if this represents a projectile defect in cardboard, and may I say weathered cardboard, because this has been out there at least a year and a half since this incident took place, you place that dowel rod in that defect, and then you can get an approximate angle or angle of impact on it, but you can definitely get a more confident direction. If your shooter's over here and he's shooting this direction, or over here, or up or down. But it's not the end all be all. And I can explain that to you also.
Okay. So how could you demonstrate how, well, back up a second, and step away so the jurors can see this photo, if you would. You saw the, I might need you up here.
Call and I will come.
You saw the defense expert's testimony, Mr. Sutton, I believe, last week, describing this hole. Can you explain to them how he determined the angle of impact based on what he was observing in this bullet entry?
I can, Mr. Wilson.
Please do so for the jury.
What Mr. Sutton did with geometry and trigonometry and a whole lot of tools, but basically a protractor, as we use when I testified previously, if you had a confident bullet defect, you can run a string and then put a level or it's a type of protractor, it's a bullet angle finder on top of that rod, and you can get a general angle of impact in a fixed object. However, this isn't a fixed object.
He referred to that little mark around 3 o'clock. What did he call that?
I think he called it a bullet wash.
Could it be a bullet wipe?
Bullet wipe, yeah, something like, it's not a term I use. But,
Okay.
I'm familiar with it.
Oh,
And
boy.
what was he assuming that bullet wipe was caused by, based on the testimony you heard?
From the angle. He's
The
assuming.
angle of what?
The angle of impact.
What else could cause that?
As we mentioned, striking the surface beforehand, fouling in the barrel, something internal. It just throws the bullet off course a little bit. It's not spinning the way it normally spins. So when it strikes, it doesn't strike. It doesn't enter the way it normally would. It wallers a little bit, like that football we talked about.
What about the dowel rod?
Well, the purpose of inserting the dowel rod is to try to get the best angle or the best direction you can. And in a perfect world, the angle would be fairly confident, like another bullet defect we're going to talk about. Remember, this is weathered cardboard. So once that examiner, and these rods are not caliber specific either, because a crime scene investigator or an examiner can't look at a bullet hole and guess what caliber it is. That's nonsense. So you try to pick the one that fits the hole the best. And with some of the fancy kits, you get a little shim kit with some little rubber grommets that you can place in there, make it fit a little bit better. But more typically, you just pick the dowel rod that's closest to the hole.
Could a dowel rod affect the angle of impact?
Upon me inserting this dowel rod, I can do damage to that bullet defect. But more importantly, when I remove it, I could do damage. And it's very deceptive damage. It's not intentional, but it can damage the angle of impact, especially in a soft, unreliable object like cardboard.
You can return to the stand. Thank you.
I can demonstrate that, Mr. Wilson.
Please go ahead.
What I'm saying, once a crime scene investigator gets what they need, they get their photographs, their measurements, their direction. So now this dowel rod's here. And none of us know this unless you've got a video of the examiner taking that dowel rod out. So we don't know what direction he or she might have pulled that dowel rod out because she's got her measurement. She or he is not considering someone coming behind them and measuring again for something in a piece of cardboard. And we're not talking about in wood or sheetrock, we're talking about cardboard. If you pull it to the right, you cause that same bullet wipe that we got in the photograph. Likewise, if I pull it to the left, now it looks like that projectile has entered from a left to right direction. And you can go on and up or down. That'll influence the appearance of that bullet defect because you've got an object like cardboard, something that there's no confidence in.
Thank you. You can set that down.
Running it in and out at different angles. Facts. Pulling out doesn't always work. Yep. Oh my God.
So do you recall what the defense expert testified to the direction and angle
So good. It's so good.
of that particular angle of impact?
I do.
And what was it?
I think 1 and 3 degrees.
But do you remember, like, was it left
Going
to right,
up.
right to left?
Going up.
And from what way to what way? What direction to what direction?
Left to right, or right to left.
Right.
Yes, sir, right to left. I have to think about the quail pen in my head.
Are you confident that the direction was correct on this?
Yes, sir, I have no reason not to believe the direction. I mean, that would have to be a huge defect hole for it to throw the direction off.
How confident are you in the
Size
angle?
of the hole
of this?
matters,
I have
guys.
zero
Size of-
confidence in
size
that
of
angle.
The hole matters. So
Of
determine
the bullet entry.
proper angle that's necessary.
Doug, if you could go to page 21, which I believe is State's exhibit, a picture of State's exhibit 38. Can you describe for the jury what that is right there?
Like the first defect, this is also a defect in a wooden, it's been described as a doghouse.
Now, you can also determine the angle of impact and the direction here, correct?
I can.
What degree of certainty do you have that they were right in the angle of impact and the directions in the doghouse?
I place a lot more confidence in this angle because that wood is fixed. It'll show a much truer projection of the angle of impact.
Can you, hold on one second. How is this particular, I think you just described it, but real quick, how is the doghouse different from the quail cage in determining the angle of impact?
Well, the doghouse, if you look at it, is at least a 1/2 inch to 3/4 thick. So like I said, you've got a stable, dependable bullet defect. The cardboard is 2 pieces of brown paper with corrugated paper in between to cause, for strength purposes. But as I mentioned, not only is the cardboard, in my opinion, not a good substance to shoot into, it's also weathered, so that makes it even weaker.
Doug, can you go to page 42 on this exhibit? All right, can you, it doesn't have an exhibit number at the top, but this is page 42 on Defense Exhibit 40. Can you describe what this photo is?
Yes, sir. That is a computer animated drawing
There it is.
of some potential trajectories into that quail pen.
And the 2 gray boys here.
There it is. Woo!
They are, they're 2 figures that were placed in that CAD presentation to represent shooters.
Go to 46.
The fact that the
the
Attorney
same
General just did that is amazing. My
And
favorite.
describe what this is.
My favorite
This is
thing.
one animated suspect, I guess, or
Ninja.
shooter placed
Ninja.
in a similar CAD
11-year-old
drawing,
ninja.
photograph, animation.
Okay, now go to page 49. And what is, sorry, go back, that's the picture I wanted. So there's 3 angles represented in this picture, correct?
There are 3 angles.
2 of them are from the same hole, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of them is from the doghouse, correct?
That is correct.
You believe that the doghouse angle is fairly reliable.
I do.
Because the wood is
You
hard.
question the quail house angle, correct?
I place no confidence in that angle from the quail pen.
All about how hard.
Explain for the jury, and you observed the defense expert last week talking about this. How did they come to determine, based on these lines and where these gray figures are placed, how did they come to determine their heights were between 5'2" and 5'4"? We'll get to your opinions about that in a moment, but just explain for them how the defense expert got to that decision.
The defense expert said he
Illusion.
tried plugging in different heights, and he had to place those animated figures on a plane,
Amazing.
that line, that laser line. And he determined that they go back and forth on that plane to achieve the defects that are documented by the original crime scene examiner.
Doug, go to page 51 real quick. Let's
Thank
see
you,
if that's
Doug.
So there's some yellow placards here on the ground. You see them?
I do.
And what do those yellow placards represent?
Cartridge cases that were found on the ground. They're markers. So, once you find the cartridge cases, you put them there for documentation purposes, photography, and sketching purposes.
And why? Explain to the jury what the defense has determined that their angle is based on those static lines, those green lines, correct?
That is correct. Back and forth on that one static line for one angle and one static line for the other angle.
And they've placed them right there at that particular location. Why?
I think the defense expert was taking into consideration the location of the cartridge cases, and he was showing how it would fit those 5'2" animated figures that he placed in that presentation.
Is it your understanding, and I'll demonstrate, the gray figures are holding the firearm, and those gray lines represent like a string. They would run up and down, correct?
Yes, sir. That was the testimony. You go back and forth on this green line.
Okay. And that they would be right here because this is where the shell casings are. The shell casings are ejecting, correct?
That is how I understood his.
What?
Restate the question.
I'll restate the question. Why would they be placed right there in that particular location along that static green line?
Because they were in proximity to some of the shell casings.
Okay. Can you explain for this jury why their assumptions on the math they did are incorrect in determining that the shooter had to be between 5'2" and 5'4"?
Well, there's a bunch of variables. Variables do matter. There are a bunch that you would have to consider. First, you'd have to consider this to be a static crime scene. Very little movement, and when it is movement, it's controlled movement. Second, you would have to place some confidence in that angle of impact on that cardboard. Third, as I testified in my previous testimony, we're not able to test fire or with confidence what we know to be the weapon used in this situation with the same ammo. And they don't throw the ammo the same place every time. It may be in the general vicinity, but as I said, I believe in my previous testimony, if you knew exactly where it was going to throw that cartridge case, you could carry a bucket with you and sit that bucket and all your cartridge cases would go in the bucket. But like we see in the sketch and in the animated drawing, those cartridge cases are throughout. They're in a pretty large little area. And what I also saw that I noticed from this CAD drawing is there's cartridge cases to the left of these animated shooters, which means that sometime at least two of these shots were fired with the shooter far to the left and not on this static green line.
Could you come down here real quick and point out what you're talking about as it relates to the location of the shell casing?
Yes, sir.
Oh dear. Can his back awesome?
I'm not sure if this is a shell casing here, Mr. Wilson, but right here, that is a shell casing, and it would not eject this direction in any situation depicted here in the presentation. It's not a left-handed, nobody's ever testified it was a left-handed AR-15. And like I said, they're kind of uncommon. And if it is, and that's a left-handed, then we couldn't explain the majority of them being to the right. So that's what makes this static line flawed.
Thank you.
And in another photograph, you can actually see a larger area of cartridge cases back here.
Thank you. Let's assume for a minute that the angles are correct. And they very well could be, correct?
They could be.
Why is the defense's theory as to the height of the shooter represented in this picture still wrong? What else could affect it?
Distance and height.
Would you like to take a moment to demonstrate for the jury what you're talking about?
Weapon position. Yes, sir. Will you tell me which angle you'd like me to demonstrate first?
Well, let me ask you this question before you step down. Can a person be on their knee and get the same angle and be standing and get the same angle?
Oh my God. That's
Yes,
what she said.
Can a 6'4" person and a 5'4" person still shoot the same angle, just at different distances?
God.
Absolutely.
Can you demonstrate for the jury why that is one way that this could have changed their math?
I can, please.
I measured this depth on the witness box during a break. It's 8 inches. I used to be 5'11", but as I get older, I'm about 5'10". But if I'm here, or I could be 5'8", or 5'2", or 5'4". Here I'm 5'10". Here I'm 6'6", and here I'm even over 7 foot, and I've still got the same angle. I have just added a little bit of distance to it. And as far as the quail pin angle, I'm 21 inches from the floor to my knee. I measured it. I believe it was testified that the defendant is 25 inches between the floor and his knee. So there's 4.5 to 5 inches difference in our heights. Here, I'm probably at 4'10" if I'm shouldering this weapon. And I don't know the mechanics or how it got this way. I'm just saying it's possible. Here, I'm at 39, 38 and some change, or I can even take it lower or higher. And please don't ask me to demonstrate that twice, because I don't think my knees can do it again.
I think I heard him crack.
Yeah, but that takes me to 36 inches, 37 inches. With the defendant, it would be about 39. So it's definitely possible. Even from a shoulder weapon, it's possible. And we do not know how the weapon was being held.
Remember, the defense experts said it
What
was
you've observed in
impossible
this
for
crime
Alex to
scene,
have done this.
was Maggie moving at the time she was shot?
This was a very dynamic crime scene. I believe everything was moving. The victims and the suspect were moving.
And how do you know that?
Well, suspect would be the different firearms evidence, the cartridge cases. Like I said, there's no absolute. They're not going to throw them the exact same spot, but they will throw them in a similar direction. We've got cartridge cases in a pretty nice size perimeter. We've got them at different locations from where Miss Maggie Murdaugh's body, the final resting place, and different angles and different positions in different directions. So that tells you it's very fluid and it's very dynamic.
So if I'm holding a gun and I'm moving and shooting, what is happening with those shell cases as I move?
They are moving as they're ejected.
Where was Maggie's head pointing when she hit the ground?
Miss Maggie Murdaugh's head was pointed in the direction of Paul Murdaugh, where his body rested, back toward the feed room.
Ugh. Right.
What is your opinion of the defense's expert that says the shooter could not have been 6 feet 4 inches tall like the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I think that's a flawed opinion.
Putting it nicely.
Could it have been a 6'4" person?
It could have been a 5'4", 6'4", or in my opinion, a 7'4", as I just
There you
demonstrated.
go. Don't even get me started on this, Heather.
Doug, let's go to page 59
I'll lose
in
it.
the defense exhibit 140. That should reflect state's exhibit 57. Dr. Kinsey, can you describe that picture for the jury?
Yes, sir, I can. That is a shot from inside the feed room, that back window pane where the buckshot exited Paul's left arm and then continued and exited the feed room.
Please go to page 67. Should be States 45, I believe. And what is that right there?
That's a pink string from the window to a pine tree.
And then go to page 69.
Yeah.
And what is that a picture of?
I don't know if it's the same pink string, but it's also a pink string
He loved
coming
that.
out of a window.
He loved the pink string.
And go to page 74. And that is labeled Exhibit 50.
Remember, the Commonwealth in Karen Reed's case consulted Kenny Kinsey. And whatever his opinion that he found, they decided not to use it. I'm sure you guys can imagine. He is, to me, the most credible and awesome and best accident or crime scene reconstruction. You know, the ARCA dudes are really more specific with the physics, but he's like the entire fucking thing. And he's the fucking best. I'm sure that's why the Commonwealth tried to get him as an expert or, you know, consulted him. And they're not using them. So what do you think that means?
54. And what is that a picture of?
That's a picture of Mr. Sutton with what looks like a pump action shotgun pointed down into the feed room.
And what do you notice about the angle that he's holding the shotgun and the angle of the string?
Well, the string is parallel.
Let me correct you. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. What is the defense's theory right here, represented in this picture?
I've heard so many theories, but I really believe Mr. Sutton was trying to show that the angle wouldn't match if it was a taller shooter shooting into the feed room.
Okay. Doug, I'm not quite sure what page it is, but I think it's 2 back. Go back one more. There you go. That's it's labeled Exhibit 53. And what is that a picture of?
That's a picture of Mr. Sutton holding, I believe, the same shotgun more parallel to the floor.
And what is he trying to demonstrate in this photo?
I believe he's trying to follow that pink string to that pine tree or whatever got him to that pine tree.
Do you recall from his testimony how he got that angle?
I do, sir. I do. Mr. Sutton testified that he got to where he believes Paul was standing, and he got down and he peeped through the hole in the window, the one that he thought would match that corresponding defect in that pine tree, and he ran a string to that defect in that pine tree.
Are they trying to determine the angle of the shot is exactly the way the shotgun's being pointed?
Well, I believe they were trying to determine trajectory path of that projectile.
What is flawed about this?
Guys, with a rifle, you're talking about a single projectile, and most people understand the distinction. If you can find where it was fired and you can get a perfect impact, sometimes that'll give you an idea of the path of that projectile. With a shot shell, you're talking about 9, 12, or 16, in this case, 9 buckshot pellets. They're packed in a shot shell with filler, it's like a styrofoam material. They're packed in a shot shell. When that cartridge, the primer of that cartridge is ignited and those pellets exit the muzzle of that firearm, they start to spread. We've heard a lot of testimony about that. They start to spread, and they spread in a cone. Okay, you got some at the top, some bottom, some left, and some right. And the more the distance becomes, the greater they spread. They're not like a mother duck with the ducklings right behind it and all the buckshot are in line.
Amazing.
So you can't get a true trajectory on this shotgun. You can't even measure a true pattern, not even close to a pattern, with one pellet. So it's my opinion that that pellet that definitely impacted that pine tree, that's the top of the cone. So you've still got a bottom and you've got 2 sides of that cone. And unfortunately, none of those pellets were located.
So in your professional opinion, can you exclude a 6'4" defendant like Alec Murdaugh, or anyone for that matter at that height, from shooting that shotgun at that angle?
Absolutely not.
When the defense expert says that the shooter has to be between 5'2" and 5'4",
Mother duckling analogies.
do you disagree with that?
I do disagree with that wholeheartedly.
With what degree of certainty do you think they're wrong in their conclusions?
What's the
I just think
distance?
it's an unknown. I mean, there's many more variables you have to know. How the shooter was holding the gun. You know, how his
This is on rebuttal. Any of a lot of more specific stuff like that, Tonka, I'm sure came out when he testified the first time. But this is just the rebuttal. But the tree is really not the important thing. His point is that you can't rely on that to determine the height of the shooter. You know,
portion to legs matches up with body. I mean, that's something that we're all a little bit different. And unless you've got a video of that or someone tells you how they held a weapon, I think the notion that being able to look at this evidence and determine that is unscientific.
Mm-hmm.
You said something a minute ago.
Mm-hmm.
You said there's so much we can't know. Could the shooter have been running laterally?
Certainly he could have.
Could the shooter have been running toward Maggie?
Certainly.
Maggie was certainly moving, correct?
In my opinion, she was.
Could the shooter have been on their knees?
Could have been.
But there's no way to know for sure, correct?
That's an unknown. Yes, sir.
And because there's so many unknowns, there's no way the defense expert can definitively exclude a 6'4" person from shooting the rifle and the shotgun, correct?
The defense.
Can I leave the witness?
In your opinion, can the defense, based on what you just testified to, exclude a 6'4" person from being the shooter and with either weapon?
In my opinion, no. The defense witness is relying on math and absolute. And in crime scene investigation, sometimes there are no absolutes.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Well said.
Dr. Kinsey, have you ever observed a contact wound to the head by a shotgun?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many times have you observed a contact wound to the head by a shotgun?
After the fact, I've seen several dozen, maybe 3 dozen. But I also had a gentleman that committed suicide in front of me, probably from me to you.
Oh, gosh.
How many times have you actually seen either photos of a contact wound to the back of the head with a shotgun in your professional career?
Probably a dozen. Out of that 3 dozen, probably 24 of them were suicides or someone taking their own life, probably a dozen execution killings.
Can you describe for the jury what kind of trauma a face, and I know they've heard from a pathologist, but in your experience as an expert in crime scene forensics, can you describe the kind of trauma you have observed in your career with contact wounds to the back of the head or any part of the head?
Yes, sir, I have.
And specifically to the face?
Generally speaking, whether it be a shotgun or a large caliber handgun, the result is similar. You feel as though the forehead and the facial features have went away. And that's a kind way to put it.
Awful.
They're actually there, but they've been shredded. And the pathologist can actually put those features back in place, or the majority of it. But looking at it, it looks like from the teeth up, the person went away. It's just a mess.
Dr. Kinsey, I would like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 486. Can you look at that and say if you've seen that picture before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what is the picture of?
It's a picture of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy.
And what part of Paul Murdaugh is it a picture of?
His face and his forehead.
Does his face look like it suffered the kind of trauma you have observed in the past from a contact gunshot wound to the back of the head or any part of the head?
No, sir, other than some red features from, falling on the cement after the fatal shot and some blotching to his skin, his face looks fairly normal to have gone through what he suffered.
Crazy.
And I'm not going to publish the photo again because I think people are tired of seeing it, but I do need for you to describe what kind of things you've observed with the eyes and the bones with people that you've seen that have been struck or shot in the back of the head at point blank range.
Yes, sir. Well, it's not always the back. Now, I've seen some from the side also.
From any
But
angle.
yes, sir. Generally, like I said, it looks like the facial features have gone away, or they've at least changed drastically. A lot of times you will get large blood pockets or contusions under the eyes if the eyes don't pop out. A lot of times the eyes will pop out and they'll be on what's left of the cheeks. The facial bones, you can grab them with a gloved hand and you can move them around. And you will actually have pellet exits in the skin flap. If you pull the skin up, you can see where the pellets, whether they be buckshot or close distance birdshot, you can see the actual defects from those pellets.
Based on your training and your many years of law enforcement experience, are the wounds suffered to Paul at the back of the head consistent with a contact shot to the back?
Absolutely not, in my opinion.
Okay, Dr. Kinsey, we'll move on from that for just a second. You were here yesterday, correct?
I was.
Did you have the opportunity to observe, I want to say his name correctly, I believe it was Tim Pombach?
Oh, boy.
I did.
He was a crime scene investigator who was qualified as an expert for the defense. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would
2.0.
He came up with two significant conclusions.
Yeah, I agree with that too there.
You could say three about how Paul was shot.
Morning,
in the
P. Fox.
Can you remember what those were for this jury?
The big one that I recall is that Paul was shot in the back of the head with a contact wound. And the other one, the strikes in my mind, I don't know, the shooter passed him and shot him from inside the feed room. Those are the two big ones that I recall.
There was another one regarding the number of people there. Was there?
The thing about two shooters, yes, sir.
Okay. We'll get to that in a minute. I would like to, Doug, can you get the Elmo up?
Elmo.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 182. Wait, what's that a picture of?
That's a picture of that expert with his hands cupped opposite the hinges on the door frame.
Okay. I want to leave this picture up for a moment because what is the direction that the picture was taken from?
From inside the feed room.
Facing what direction?
Outside the feed room.
Okay. Now, you had an opportunity to hear the defense's theory on how Paul was shot, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
I would like to demonstrate that with you right now.
Yes, sir.
Can you walk us through the defense's theory as you understood it to be?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, for purposes of this demonstration, I don't know if the court would allow it, but it'd be nice if we could open this door. I want to make sure that there's security here, but if we could have that door open just for a minute or two. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm grabbing what Smart States Exhibit 4, which is a camo Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 shotgun 12 gauge.
Love getting this gun out.
We'll use this for the demonstration. So step down. Now, is this door the same width as the feed room door?
It's a couple inches wider than the feed room door.
And of course, the feed room door doesn't have this, it's inset, correct?
That is correct.
So this is not exactly a replication of what happened at the feed room door, correct?
No, sir, it's not. The door swings the same direction though.
Now, you have given me permission. I'm very careful about muzzle velocity. Excuse me, muzzle awareness, but you've given me permission to point this at you, correct?
I have.
Okay. You actually asked me to, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. So go in there and stand a couple of feet back. It doesn't have to be 5 feet, but you have since testified that Paul was 5 feet inside the feed room, correct?
Can we demonstrate the first shot out here?
I am.
believe they.
All right, stand back a little bit because you got to
Okay.
stumble toward me.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to point like I'm pointing at you.
Yes, sir.
Paul is shot. Where's the shooter approximately outside the door?
The breech face or the ejection port of the shotgun is just past the door frame.
Okay, Paul has just been shot.
Yes, sir.
And then in the
Jason,
defense's
like, theater
theory,
guys?
you tell me what to do, and you act this out, and I'm gonna do what you tell me to do based on the defense's theory of the case.
The defense agreed with the assessment that Paul stood there for a moment, bleeding down his injured left arm, and he slowly walked toward the door.
Okay, and what does the shooter do?
The shooter's coming in the door.
And then what does the shooter do?
He shoots Paul in the back of the head after he passes him.
Okay, and then shoots Paul in the back of the head like this, and where does the blood spatter go?
The blood spatter, the pellet defects, and one that I didn't know about that the expert collected was in the door frame at the top of the door.
Now, I understand this is a little different than the feed room door. That's the best we can do. So what did you find odd about the theory, first of all?
I think the theory is preposterous,
Love
in
it.
my opinion.
Yes, sir.
Can you walk me through why you think it's preposterous?
Absolutely. Number one, that dry lock number 2 shot shell fires a projectile at 1,450 feet per second once it leaves the muzzle of that weapon. As was mentioned, that's a millisecond. That's fast. To think that the pressure from flesh and bone will cause that pellet, those steel pellets now, we're not talking about lead. Lead's a little bit more giving. Lead is malleable. It will crush or flatten. We're talking about steel, BB pellets. They will turn around because of the pressure, go back the opposite direction.
Amazing, really.
180-degree direction at enough velocity to dent a steel exterior door and embed in the door frame.
And also to blind
That doesn't
the
happen.
2
It
ninjas,
doesn't happen,
the 2 great boys.
in my opinion.
I don't know if you mentioned this earlier, but can you talk about, if I get it right?
And can I add?
Please do.
Also, there's no defects to the OSB or the T111 siding in the bottom of the room.
All right, wait a second. You said a lot right there.
Yes, sir.
TS what?
TS111. It's like a exterior paneling that people put on their buildings. That's what's on the building.
For all us city boys, we appreciate you describing that.
City
Thank
boys.
you.
Yes, sir. It's a whole other paneling. There's no defects at the bottom. And if that theory is correct, if this is an entrance and this is an exit, the shot still had to go somewhere. There's no defects down there on anything. The door frame, as I mentioned in my previous testimony, the door frame has a clean void. That would be perfectly in line with those shot from that shot shell. There's no cracks, chips, pellet holes in the cement. There's nothing in the OSB. That's cheap plywood. That's man-made plywood. There's no defects in the plywood. There's no high velocity blood spatter on the floor. What was pointed out to you is medium velocity, and that's from coming out of the wound and gravity bringing it down to the floor. You would see a pattern on the floor, just like what you can see in the photographs at the top of that door. None of that's there. So I have to look at the science, and I have to look at inertia, and I have to look at that shot shell and how fast that shell is propelled out of that barrel. And I know that it can't turn around 180 degrees and go back the other direction. It's not like blood and tissue. We're talking about steel pellets.
Dr. Kinsey, are there studies on percentages of blowback when you're shooting into someone?
There are.
And based on your expert opinion, what percentage of blowback would come back at a shooter if they were able to shoot at that
The goggles.
angle?
Well, I don't think there's any definite, but what I read is 8 to 10%, except in, like I said, it's not an absolute every time, but 8 to 10%. Remember, the most of your force is going out the front of the barrel.
And a moment ago, you were just talking about the defects and all of the trauma that would have happened to the paneling and the floor. Can you point on this photo with the dowel stick behind you for the jury? I just want them to see in this photo.
With that dowel rod again.
Right here. The void, as I documented in my original testimony, the void was from here down, other than one stray satellite drop of blood. That was fairly clean. From here to at least right here. But there's no defects here. There's no defects in that cement outside. There's no defects in the inside cement and none in this OSB right here. And that was still there when I did the tour. They ripped out all the shelving and some of the insulation, but this was still there.
Dr. Kinsey, you may have covered this a little bit, but explain for the jury, if someone is shooting down, as we just demonstrated a moment ago here in the doorway, you're leaning out, the shooter is shooting down. How do pellets get embedded into the door frame up here? How is that possible?
I think it's impossible myself. Physics don't work that way unless you're shooting into a trampoline or
That's one of my favorite
huge
things.
piece of steel. And
Unless
then
you're shooting into a trampoline. Oh my God.
Now, the shooter is shooting down. How do pellets get embedded into the door frame up here? How is that possible?
I think it's impossible myself. Physics don't work that way unless you're shooting into a trampoline
Love
or
it. Love it.
huge
Dr.
piece of
Kinsey?
steel, and then you may have a pellet deflected back on you. It happens many times, especially when we're
Experts never do though, Tonka. They never see the undisturbed scene. Remember, he's not law enforcement. He's an expert witness. So, only the first responders are going to see it undisturbed, right? Crimes, and they testified at the beginning of trial. This is the state's rebuttal case. So
steel targets, but not at that velocity. It will not sink into the door frame, and it definitely will not dent that door with what I documented, in my opinion.
classic siren.
What is restate for this jury what the defense's theory based on that blowback that would have exploded into the shooter's face here behind Paul? Explain for this jury what the defense's theory is about how that shooter would have been injured.
The defense expert testified that that shooter would be most probably incapacitated from blood, bone, and body fluid, and there was a high likelihood that he was injured by those pellets.
Dr. Kinsey, in your expert opinion, is there anything awkward about a shooter standing outside going into an enclosed area to turn around to shoot someone from enclosed? Is there something weird about that to you?
I can't figure out the methodology of a shooter. I've never done any crime like that, Mr. Wilson, but I don't see, if we talk about common sense and everybody's mentioned the totality when they don't have an answer for something, it's always, I looked at the totality, but I don't see any reason for someone to squeeze up past one victim in this doorway to go inside to shoot him back out. And if he did, if that scenario did happen, that doesn't explain all the pellets that are in the floor of the feed room that we've heard testimony to as to why law enforcement didn't clean those pellets up. If it happened the way the defense expert says, those pellets would be out here in the yard, they would not be inside that feed room.
Dr. Kinsey, you have a chance to review the case file on this particular case and observe the defense testimony from last week?
It's two separate things. Yes, sir. I have reviewed our case file. All crime scene or what I felt was crime scene related evidence. I didn't look into the videos and a lot of that other stuff. And I have witnessed the testimony of the defense experts.
Are you familiar with what the investigation has determined about the tool marks found on the 300 blackout shells found around Maggie's body and the tool marks found on the weathered 300 blackout shells found way up by the house in the flower bed. Are you familiar with that?
I am familiar.
And what do you know about that?
The examination,
Scope of our case, it's going into completely new information. Their ballistic experts already testified. We didn't present a ballistic expert, and now they're parading him as a ballistic expert.
Response.
Your Honor, their expert said yesterday, about an hour and 9 minutes into their testimony, that it would be impractical for one shooter to bring in 2 long guns. It has always been the state's theory that the shooter owned both guns and had them on him. So we're rebutting what the defense expert said.
Dude. So the question here is this beyond the scope, right? Because for rebuttal, it has to be narrowly tailored to only what was brought up. Now listen to how he has this ready. Welcome back, Leslie and Billy. Like, this is insanely impressive how he's like literally like at an hour and 9 minutes.
Didn't present a ballistic expert, and now they're parading him as a ballistic expert.
Response.
Your Honor, their expert said yesterday, about an hour and 9 minutes into their testimony, that it would be impractical for one shooter to bring in 2 long guns. It has always been the state's theory that the shooter owned both guns and had them on him. So we're rebutting what the defense expert said.
The objection overruled.
Yep. Yep.
Please answer the question.
can you ask
Dr.
me
Kinsey.
again, Mr. Wilson, please?
Are you familiar with what the investigation has determined about the 300 blackout shells found around Maggie's body and the 300 blackout shells found up by the flower bed that were appeared to be several months old and weathered? What relationship do the shells have to each other?
According to the firearms examination, those cartridge casings were loaded and ejected from the same weapon.
So a family-owned weapon is what was used to kill Maggie.
Leading.
What do you infer from that information?
I would infer that this is a family-owned firearm.
There was some testimony yesterday, Dr. Kinsey, about, well, it was from the defendant's brother, Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh. And it related to the following day, he came upon the crime scene. It had been cleared.
Oh, yeah.
He saw how the crime scene was left. Can you explain, you've been in law enforcement for how many years?
30 years. Well, over 30, but 30 years getting paid.
And you're the chief deputy at a sheriff's department?
Yes, sir. Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office.
Just to clarify some things, can you explain normally or traditionally how crime scenes are cleaned up for this jury? Is it the responsibility of law enforcement, in other words?
No, sir. There are private companies that are contracted through SOVA. Well, it used to be SOVA. The name's changed now, and I'm sorry.
What does SOVA stand for?
It's Victims
State.
It's a State Office of Victims Assistance, but it's now changed. I can't tell you what the new acronym is, but it works through our victims advocates, law enforcement victims advocates. Almost every department has them, and there's funding provided from taxpayer funds to work through your victims advocates, and you go out and you clean these crime scenes for the families so they don't bear the burden of cleaning those crime scenes. Law enforcement in particular cannot collect and dispose of and transport sounds terrible, body parts or body fluids. That's something the coroner has to do because it's actually by permit through DHEC. But to make it easy on the family, these companies can collect those items and then they will turn them over with a chain of custody, or they will properly dispose of those items.
Dr. Kinsey, is it your expert opinion that a 6'4" shooter cannot be excluded from the murder of Maggie and Paul?
I see nothing that could exclude a 6'4" shooter.
In your expert opinion, can you tell this jury, is it right for the defense to say that there had to be 2 shooters based on the testimony you heard yesterday? In your expert opinion, can you exclude 2 shooters?
I cannot include or exclude 2 shooters.
Can the defense include, to the exclusion of all other possibilities, 2 shooters?
Absolutely not.
Beg your court's indulgence. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Mr. Griffin.
Did anyone else here notice when he said it has always been the state's case? It has always been the state's theory of the case. I mean, music to my ears, right? It has always been the state's theory of the case. Yep. They've only ever had one theory and they never wavered and they don't adapt it based on new, like, in other words, we see this in other cases, unfortunately, now where they might be changing what they think happened. And I'm not talking about motive. I'm talking about the mechanism of the crime, right? Like what actually, you know, the forensic evidence. And anyway, just, isn't that nice to hear? You know what I mean?
Good afternoon, Dr. Kinsey.
Hey, Mr. Griffin.
And anyone who has a doctorate degree, I want to call doctor. It's all right if I call you doctor?
I'll answer to anything you call me, Mr. Griffin.
understand.
I appreciate that.
But now, your degree, though, is in criminal justice. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You're not a doctor of pathology?
Absolutely not.
And you have no medical training?
I have training in pathology of gunshot wounds. Yes, sir. I've attended several courses, classes, and seminars. It was also included in the criteria for the certifications I mentioned for the International Association for Identification. I've also conducted extensive research on police officer use of force cases and the injuries that result from therein.
Your doctorate is in criminal justice, and I believe your dissertation research is in use of force and perceptions of public attitude held by police trainers?
That is correct.
What was that?
Well, with the current atmosphere or what's been going on in the last 5 or 6 years in our country, I was just trying to help. I wanted to figure out something that would assist with, because we've seen some law enforcement officers do some terrible things on video.
Yep.
We've also, we've got a segment of our society, the minority segment of our population. A lot of those citizens are in fear of law enforcement. And I wanted to study if the media perception as held by the 3 types of law enforcement trainers, if the media perception and the way they portray law enforcement, if that affected the way we train our officers, if we're too hyper vigilant, or if we tell them, look, there's death waiting for you around every corner.
Right.
Is that going to make law
Right.
enforcement more prone to use force or use less force or those kind of criteria? And that's what I was interested in. I was laying the groundwork with a scientific quantitative study to allow someone to come behind me and do some further research just to expand that topic.
Right. But you've said you also have done some gunshot wound training as part of some certification?
Yes, sir. The IAI, as I mentioned, I was formally certified 2 different times. I think it's a 5-year certification. And I did let it lapse in 2015 because that's when I started my PhD and I couldn't study for both. But that is an extensive process where you do research and you have to do a written test. And then with my proficiencies throughout SLED, and then I still do some with our sheriff's office now where you have to pass proficiency, and that is practical examinations, testing, and that kind of thing.
Okay. Now, in this case, that the state did have a pathologist, Dr. Reamer, correct?
Yes, sir, they did.
And you reviewed her autopsy report as part of your work, correct?
Not so much as reviewed her report, but I went and spoke with her in Charleston at her office.
Or did you review her report?
I have access to her report, Mr. Griffin. I can't tell you. I looked through the whole report.
And you understood that her opinion was it was a shoulder shot through the neck and then up out of the top of the head. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe we agreed on that. Yes, sir.
And your reconstruction opinion is that's the exact same angle that Paul was shot by the shooter. Shoulder, neck, out the top of the head.
Yes, sir, but I didn't just rely on her information. I also looked at the crime scene photographs and I went to the scene myself.
I understand.
Yes, sir.
But, and then did you hear Dr. Eisenstadt, his testimony?
I did.
Now, you worked with SLED, did you not?
I did. Yes, sir.
Dr. Eisenstadt worked for GBI, correct?
Yes, sir.
SLED does not have its own in-house division of medical examiners, do they?
No, sir. There are several fine medical examiners throughout the state. I've done autopsies in a lot of the bigger cities in South Carolina.
Dr. Eisenstadt worked, and he was the chief medical examiner toward the end at GBI, correct?
That's what he testified to. I don't know that doctor.
You didn't know of him before this case?
I did not. No, sir.
Okay. Now he says, his opinion is it was a gunshot wound, contact to the back of the head. Is that correct?
That is what he testified to. Yes, sir.
And if he is correct, then your opinion is incorrect. Is that right?
I don't share the same opinion as that doctor. But yes, if he would be correct, that would make me incorrect.
Okay. Now, in your training, are you familiar with Mr. DeMayo's book on gunshot wounds?
I have read DeMayo. I've heard it described as the Bible. I don't consider, no do my cohorts consider that as the gunshot Bible. There's 4 or 5 different versions out. There's one called Terminal Ballistics by Dobb, and there's also one Gunshot Wounds by Doherty, and those are the ones that I'm more familiar with. But I'm not saying it's a bad textbook, and I'm not saying that the information in it's not correct.
Okay. Now, and we'll get to more of that in a moment. What I'd like to do is first address Mr. Sutton's work that you had criticisms of.
Well, I didn't have criticisms. We just have different opinions. He's an engineer and I'm a crime scene investigator,
Okay.
Mr. Griffin.
Well, I just, seems like you said that the angles of to the quill pen were unreliable.
Absolutely.
Okay. And
I have several more criteria that I didn't mention earlier, but I mean, if you want me to go into those, I will.
Well, I want to ask you first, what's your understanding as to how those measurements were taken? Who took those measurements in the quill pen?
The original angles were the original SLED crime scene agent that responded to the scene.
Right.
And took those angles.
And you understand that Mr. Sutton relied upon Agent Worley's measurements?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Now you were putting a dowel, shoving it in a box and taking it out of a box as if Mr. Sutton went back and tried to remeasure it.
No, sir, that's not what I was insinuating. I said when the original agent removed her dowel, it wasn't nefarious,
Dowel, guys.
but depending on how she removed that dowel, she could have altered that impact.
Well, let's take a look at that, Doug. And this is Defendant's Exhibit 140. And can you pull that up? The one you were showing with the state. Excuse me. Just go to the second slide to start with. There you go. So you understood from this exhibit that Mr. Sutton relied solely on the shot trajectories measured by Agent Worley.
As I said, it wasn't his intentions, Mr. Griffin. It was his results that I disagree with. It's not absolute. And he gave, in my opinion, an absolute opinion to this.
Well, why would Special Agent Worley take measurements if someone should not rely upon them?
I can't answer that. You'd have to ask Special Agent Worley. But in my opinion, the direction, even though she can't obtain a perfect angle of impact, or even if that weathered cardboard was damaged, it's not a good substance to depend on because it's just not hardy enough. And she was showing direction. I'm not saying the direction's wrong. I'm just saying I wouldn't put confidence reviewing this case or working this case. I would not put confidence in anything that angle of impact tells me because it's cardboard.
All right, so if you can go to slide number 7, I believe I've numbered them correctly. And do you recognize that as being one of her measurements?
I do, yes, sir.
And do you think she took the dowel out and then put it back in to put this measuring device?
No, Mr. Griffin, I didn't say the angle. I said the angle of impact when he was talking about the bullet wipe and that part. That's what I was referring to. And that's what I'm saying. That hole can be altered when you remove those dowel rods. That shows direction, but that direction, I don't place a lot of confidence in it because we have more cartridge casings and we have injuries on Miss Maggie Murdaugh. We don't know if this bullet struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh. If it struck anyone else, we don't know that the defect in that doghouse struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh. Those are unknowns that we don't know. So all this proves to me is that the shooter was moving and more than likely Miss Maggie Murdaugh was moving.
Hang on. So Doug, if you'll back up one to number 6. So are you suggesting that this photograph, number 6, taken by SLED, Agent Worley, that was taken after the dowel was removed or before a dowel was put in there?
Mr. Griffin, I don't know. That's what I'm telling you. I don't know how it was altered when she removed the dowel. I wouldn't place confidence in this before inserting the dowel because it's paper. It's not something hardy.
Well, would your opinions be different if you knew she took the picture first before inserting a
It
dowel?
would still be irrelevant except for direction because we know we had a moving shooter. We know we had a moving victim, and we can't prove one way or the other whether the projectile that caused this defect struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
All right. So if you'll go to slide 8. Again, this is Agent Worley's measurements of a dowel in the hole. Is that correct?
Same picture. Yes, sir.
Well, let's go to number 9. It's a little
This whole
closer.
thing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
And is this measuring up and down or left and right? Horizontal or vertical?
That is up and down.
Okay.
And I wasn't going to mention this, but the actual protractor or level finder is backwards. It would be a much more confident angle if the flat edge was up against the substance, but I wasn't going to bring that out.
And SLED did this, not
SLED did that, yes, sir. But I don't know what her intentions were. Like I said, she could have just been trying to show direction. I don't know that, Mr. Griffin.
Well, this is direction, but it's up and down direction, right?
Yes, sir. It's showing angle of impact also.
Right. And if you had confidence in the angle of impact, you could do, whether you're doing it with a ferro system or just, the old-fashioned way with some sort of colored twine. I mean, it's a legitimate way to determine shot angles.
I don't know what it would prove, and I've run it through my head a million times. I don't know what more it would prove other than you've got a moving victim, you've got a moving shooter, and that at some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh was over there in the vicinity of that quail pen. And we know that because we identified that tire tread impression on her leg as being from that Polaris or another tire just like it. Okay. So I know that already.
Uncle, what other dude are you?
Go to slide
Have you not watched this whole trial?
12, please. Which is exhibit 70. So you know that this shot angle through the quail pen also went through the feed room. Through the shed, through that wooden wall. That wooden wall there, correct?
I don't think I observed a photograph of the inside of the shed. I may have, but I don't believe I ever observed that.
Well, do you see number 12 going all the way through? This is the dowel that goes from the outside.
Okay, so yeah, for anyone who hasn't watched the whole thing and who wants to really understand what happened, I think that the best place to start is with Dr. Ellen Reamer, who's the forensic pathologist. And of course, we've covered that, but also even just in terms of even just this recent, revisiting the testimony, we watched Dr. Ellen Reamer. I think you need to that's really important in understanding the directionality of the wounds and whatnot, and the shotgun wounds and the AR the 300 blackout. That's really important, I would say. And then you probably would want to watch Kenny Kinsey. And again, all of these we watched on this revisiting series because they're all really, it's key testimony, right? You might want to watch Kenny Kinsey also during the state's case in chief. And then the defense had 2 experts, both of which, again, we watched, to refute the state's theory of what happened. And then now this is him in rebuttal, if that makes sense. So definitely check out the playlist.
The inside and then on through the backside of the quail pen.
I see it being held up by the cardboard and the rabbit wire, but I don't know what's behind that cardboard.
You're unaware that it actually went through the wood.
What?
You didn't know that.
I do not know. And like I said, I don't see what it would prove. I don't see any more that it would prove than you've got a moving suspect and a moving victim.
Well, if the measurement included going through fixed wood siding, that would give you more confidence that the angle is accurate, would it not?
Yes, sir. But the angle itself will prove no more for me than direction, because what this proves to me is at some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh was close to this quail pen. If this shot is related, and I have no reason to believe it's not, and my shooter was moving, my victim was moving. I don't know forensically what else that can prove.
Well, you can certainly measure the angle of the bullet entrance to the quail pen.
One thing that
and
might
calculate backwards.
that we can do. I've got so many things put together for this, but one thing that we can do is also, if you guys want, we can watch the jury view, because seeing the layout of this whole area is really, I think, helpful, even for people who have seen it like me. I've watched this a bunch of times, but it's always important in understanding things. And then I've got some other things we can take a look at too. But anyway.
See where that shot was fired from.
You could, yes, sir.
And that's what Mr. Sutton did he not?
He did, and I never disagreed with his direction. I'm disagreeing with his final analysis or his final result, that you can judge how tall a shooter is without knowing a whole lot of other variables.
Well, you understood that Mr. Sutton said that the gun, the barrel was somewhere on that line at to make the shot angle.
Moving back and forth on that line. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I heard his testimony.
And that he picked a spot and said, if you put the gun at a hip level to get on that line, he used a 5'2" person as an example. That's
Exclusively. Yes, sir. I do.
But he did not say the person had to be 5'2", did he? I mean, we all know it could be dynamic. A 5'8", 6 foot person can get low.
What I gathered from his testimony is it was his opinion that only a person in that height range could have fired that weapon. That was my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, his opinion was that it would be a shooter at 6'4". It would be an unnatural position for them to fire at that low of a level.
And that's the part I disagree with. I don't know how Mr. Sutton could publish an opinion about what's natural or unnatural.
Well, if it's someone's 6'4" and the muzzle of the gun is being fired at 28 inches off the ground, I mean, the 6'4" person either's got to get down on the ground or hold it down below their knees. Isn't that correct?
I have demonstrated several different ways, depending on distance and height, that a shooter can shoot. We don't know. We don't have a video of it, Mr. Griffin.
Right. But Mr. Sutton's methodology, I think what I'm hearing you now is you don't have a real dispute to his methodology.
He's an engineer. Yes, sir.
Okay. What you dispute is the accuracy of the angle coming out of the quail pen because of the construction being cardboard. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I said that if I was investigating that and even reviewing that case as a consult, I put little or no confidence in that angle of the impact of that cardboard. Now, I put much greater confidence in the one for the dog kennel.
Okay, well, let's see if we can. You mentioned you had a fair amount of confidence in at least one of the angles coming out of the quail pen, right? Left or right?
The direction, yes, sir.
The direction. And so let's take a look at that right quick. And
Okay, Jim. Yeah, he's needs some time to find whatever it is he's looking for, but he's not yet found what he's looking for. He can something in the courtroom. Do 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 do. Anyway, let's see. What he still hasn't found. Oh, what he's looking for. Yeah, he looks like he's still kind of looking through it. We'll see.
Kinsey, I'm still talking about the quail pen. You remember how tall off the ground that defect is?
I do not remember, Mr. Griffin.
If I would show you Agent Wardley's report.
All you need to know is look at the emoji.
Again, we don't
Too
show
great.
the evidence somewhere, but if you could just tell the jury, and if that's consistent with your understanding
I mean,
of how high that.
one of the first hurdles you have with the shooter theory, though, is that it was family weapons, right? So it's like, I mean, this came up. Where is it? I forget where it is. Tons of times, right? It's like the laughing stock. Like you would have to operate under the assumption that these two random vigilantes, I guess it came up with Alex on Cross, actually. Two random vigilantes. Yeah, that's where it was. Two random vigilantes who just happened to stumble upon Moselle in the middle of nowhere, who happened to show up and know that there would be family weapons and know there'd be weapons there and know exactly where to get them. And like at that exact time, right when he would be leaving for Alameda and and it's just sort of like, they didn't even, this is a family that had all these vehicles, all these trucks. Not only did they leave all their vehicles unlocked, they left them with the keys in the ignition. Because nobody would ever find, like, the thought that intruders would, it was just not even a thing. And then you have Alex, who a bazillion times over has said there's no one else there. There was no one else there. There was no one else there. There was no one else there. The dogs weren't barking. The guineas weren't sounding the alarms. No one else was there. And so even if you want to say somebody did show up, and I mean, I just named, there's so many other problems, but I just in summary, those are main ones initially. But even if you say, okay, maybe all that's possible, there's literally no way that Alex would have not heard the shots in the time frame that we know he left between leaving the kennels, because he's on that video, right? And then leaving for Alameda, and they have that because they're the cell phone and the car and all that. Like, it's such a narrow window that by getting on the golf cart and driving back to the house, it's impossible that he would not have at least heard the gunshots. That's just to name a few. So it's not even the two-person theory. It's impossible that it wasn't Alex and Alex by himself. And the circumstances are, well, anyway, I'll leave. If you have, I can answer any follow-up questions that anyone might have. So.
4 foot 2 inches.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
I mean, and if people were pissed off, wouldn't they kill Alex though? Wouldn't they kill Alex? And wouldn't they bring a weapon with them and not use a family weapon?
and did you inspect
Starters.
when you were out there? Did you inspect the entry in the quail pen or the damage to the shop behind the quail pen at all?
I looked at all of it, but I did not run any angles.
Okay. And did you ever talk to Agent Worley about her measurements?
I did, yes, sir. I did interview Agent Worley about her work on the scene.
When was that?
Back the first or second week of December at the New Sled Laboratory.
Okay.
I can give you an exact date if I look back through my notes.
I don't need that. But Are you being compensated for your time?
I am, yes, sir.
And how much have you been paid thus far, and how much you hope to get paid before it's all said and done?
Well, I'm a Baptist, so if I didn't charge something, my friends and family would talk bad about me. But my retainer is $2,500, and I have a flat $100 an hour rate. And when I added it up,
That is so much less than every other expert. That's insane. He could be charging way more.
I was up a little over 100 hours, but
He has
I
half. This is crazy.
ended my retainer myself without anyone asking me to do a little over a week and a half ago. And I'm now working off of a mutual aid agreement that my sheriff's allowing me to do that, Sheriff Leroy Ravenel from Orangeburg.
Sure.
So I'm not charging anything from a little bit before last week on.
So 100 hours, $100, is that?
That's roughly, I have expended roughly, not all of it was daytime, but if I take off, I have to use personal leave from work to do this work. So roughly 75, 80 hours I have used of time from work.
Okay. So you've made $7,500, $10,000?
Well, I've spent way more than that running up and down the highways, Mr. Griffin. I've probably been to 20 meetings or so, but yes, sir, if you look at it that way.
Now, Doug, back to exhibit.
But I will be going up next week.
Exhibit 140, and if you'll go to slide 31, please. I think it's the right number. Yeah. So this is from Mr. Sutton, and it's got, let's just focus on the angle going in the quail pen. This is not a height issue. This is the angle. Do you have any disagreement with this angle?
I don't. The only problem I have with it, I know there was a side-by-side there, and I don't see the side-by-side depicted on this photograph. So looking at it, I could not tell you how that would play into that angle.
Okay. But the quail pen's 4 feet, the defect in the quail pen's 4 feet, 2 inches off the ground. And according to Agent Worley, the shot angle is rising either 1 degree or 1.5 degrees or 3 degrees. Is that consistent?
That's accurate. Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you, do you believe the shot angle is rising? I mean, you may not agree with that exact angle, but do you believe it's rising toward the quail pen?
Well, I believe it could be. Yes, sir, I do.
Do you believe it could be a downward?
I do not
trajectory?
believe looking at it that it could be downward. No, sir.
So we can eliminate downward.
Well, if you're going by my results, I'm saying that I don't believe it's downward.
Okay. And so if it's going upward, and then you take that line back that we see, this line, at some point in time, it's going to go into the ground, will it not?
It should, yes, sir.
And do you know where that terminal point is roughly?
I have no idea, Mr. Griffin. As I said, I know I've got a moving victim. I know I've got a moving suspect.
Okay.
I know there's a lot of movement. I don't see where that's worth 25 cents or a quarter one way or the other. It gives me an idea that this is a fluid and dynamic crime scene.
Well, if you had confidence in the vertical angle, then you would be able to determine depending on where along the way, you would be able to determine the height of the muzzle of the gun if you had confidence in the angle.
Well, I'd have to know a bunch of unknowns also. How the shooter's holding the gun, how tall the shooter is, the distance, did he move a shell casing, did he not? I mean, I don't know those things, and I'm not going to make them up.
No, I mean, would you have to know all those things to know how high the muzzle is off the ground at any point along that line?
If you give me a fixed point and I knew that I had a strategic fixed position I was shooting, I could run a tape measure and know where they were at.
And it doesn't matter whether it's a 7.4, 6.4, 4.4 person, the muzzle's going to be at a fixed spot, right?
That's the way angles work. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, on this Faro, and Faro is the SLED does Faro work, do they not?
Yes, sir.
And it is the state-of-the-art technology in scanning and getting measurements?
It is the new thing. We use the sketch pad and a pencil, but I do understand the technical part of it.
And would you agree with me that the feed room would be about right in here? Can you see that? You want to come down and point out where the feed room would be on this angle? Excuse me, on this Faro? And I'll give you I thought I would.
I believe it's right here.
Right there at the end of the structure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I guess you don't have the measurements, but do you know roughly how far this line, this angle would be away from the corner of that structure?
I have no idea, Mr. Griffin.
You've not done that math?
No, sir, and I saw no need to if all the shell casings are up here by the shed.
Okay. All right. Now,
I couldn't disagree with you more, Tonka. And I'll be honest again, without having heard without having watched his testimony previously, or without having familiarity with the case, or having heard from the forensic pathologist and numerous other witnesses. I mean, this was an 8-week trial. This is at the very end. This is the state's rebuttal case. Remember, they're presenting all of this right now to the jury, assuming that because the jury has heard all of the testimony. In other words, without context, things are different, right? So this is like literally closing arguments are the next day, and on the same day as closing arguments, they have verdict and sentencing all in one fell swoop. This is the second to last day of the trial. So you see what I mean? Like extra shell casings. Well, there were other shell casings around because they frequently fire those guns on the property. That might be what you're thinking of. Uh-oh, is your dog okay, Heather? I promise you'd feel differently if you watched the whole trial. Promise you. I would bet my violin on it.
I want to go back to Paul and his injuries and and I guess first I want to talk about your analysis. We've been critical of, y'all have been critical of Mr. Palmbach and Dr. Eisenstadt, but under your analysis, the shot of the gun was up through the left shoulder, jaw, and out the top of the head. Right?
Yes, sir. That is my opinion.
Who here hasn't seen Alex's first interview with law enforcement, or hasn't seen it in a while?
I'm gonna come up here, and this is the feed room door here. I just want to understand where you have Paul under your analysis. Is Paul on this side?
Which shot, Mr. Griffin?
The last shot.
The fatal shot?
Yes, sir.
Well, as I mentioned in my report, I would assume he's closer to this wall because I've got a void 6 inches below that light switch. If you look at the outside photograph of that building, there's a silver light cover on the wall. And about 6 inches below that, I've got one stray satellite drop of blood, and then it's fairly clean. You got some outliers, but it's fairly clean going down.
Okay. So you think Paul is closer, and this will be the door and it's swung open. So you think Paul is closer to this side?
Well, I think it would have to be Paul because the angle wouldn't match up. If the shooter was here and Paul was over there, it wouldn't match up either way. Whether it was down in the head or up in the head, it still wouldn't match up either way if Paul was against the hinge side of the door.
And Paul is standing roughly how I'm standing?
No, sir. As I demonstrated, well, we tried to demonstrate.
The defense theories are crazy with this, man. Like that the shot went the opposite direction. It's wow.
Right, me and Mr.
I mean, it's easy to forget about that with all the other insanity. but that's another thing.
We're kind of dancing up here, but I believe he come out with his head down. He's drooped on the left side, and he come out on this side with his shoulder just outside the room. Yes, sir. About like that.
Okay. And then the shooter is off to Paul's left?
Yes, sir. From this side. Yes, sir.
And the shooter has a shotgun, right?
Absolutely.
And he is some 2.5 feet away? I mean,
Well,
the barrel is 2.5 feet away?
that's what Dr. Reaver said. Yes, sir.
What do you say?
I don't believe it was that far away, but I'm not, like I said in my earlier testimony, I'm not going to contradict a pathologist. She knows more about the human body than I do.
All right. But you don't mind contradicting Dr. Eisenstadt?
Well, because I've been to the scene and I've reviewed all this evidence. Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay. Well, that's what we're doing.
Mhm.
So if you say, let's take 2.5 feet from the end of the muzzle, is that what we're talking
Yes,
about?
sir. That is.
And then you've got to back the shooter up to hold the gun. And I guess if you got it 45 degrees, right?
Well, as mentioned a dozen times so far, I don't know how long this shotgun is.
Okay.
Okay, but it would be here. And I don't know where he's standing, most probably behind this wall, because Paul is stumbling toward him. So here.
So the shooter's shooting left-handed, you think?
Well, I don't know if he's left or right-handed, Mr. Griffin.
Okay.
I don't know that part.
Right.
But that angle would match up despite all the.
That matches up.
Yes, sir. That would match up.
Now tell me, in that angle, and this dials the gun, where's that shot shell going if it ejects?
If I'm pointed into the room, it could go inside the room.
Well, you just raise it up to, I mean, that's under your angle.
But I'm behind the gun. I'm behind the gun, so that's going to push the weapon out a little bit. The ejection port's on the right, so the shell could easily end up in that room.
If Paul's standing there and the end of the muzzle is 2.5 feet away,
yes, sir.
You're saying could eject in the room
The door is this wide. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
at 45 degrees?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's doable. Yes, sir.
And then under your analysis.
Your analysis.
Your analysis.
Oh, my analysis. Okay. I'm sorry.
You know, the other thing that's funny too is like, as far as showing the directionality of wounds and stuff, I mean, you know, there's times where there's murder cases where they never find the bodies. So everything that they're talking about here, I mean, there's times where there's murder cases where like they don't have a crime scene and they don't have a body, right? So, you know, I don't know that looking at like the directionality of the wounds and like all that, I don't even know that is so important in terms of who did it, right? I would say that the weapons used are more important and then everything else. But more so for me, understanding the directionality of the wounds and everything, that's really important in terms of figuring out like what went down at the crime scene. Now, is that necessary you know, in terms of meeting the elements of the charge? No, you don't have to know everything that happened, but I want to know everything that happened, right? And so I've studied this case enough to where I feel like I have a really good picture of like second by second, literally like what went down at the kennels, and like, you know, I can picture the whole thing. I mean, not like the shotgun wound. Thank God, I can't picture that. But in terms of just like, because the directionality, and like for the, you know, as far as the shotgun wounds and then Maggie's, you know, shots, all that helps you figure out what happened, right? But not necessarily who did it, but what happened. Things like, for example, the fact that, you know, that the timing that Paul was shot first and Maggie was running towards him when she was shot, right? And she was mowed down, running towards him. And the last thing that she saw was Paul's head exploding. You know, I mean, just to understand what happened and just, you know, so anyway, but yeah, in this particular case, I don't know that it really does prove the person, if that makes sense, you know?
Yes, sir.
We're not there.
I mean, because literally everyone's conceding. All the experts are conceding that it could be somebody of any height who did this. You know, that's kind of my point. It could be somebody of any height who did this. Although having said that, the defense experts were like, it has to be someone who's 5'2" or 5'4", basically. That's what the defense experts said. 2 people that have to be 5'2" or 5'4". And the second defense expert said they would have had to have basically been in the ceiling of the feed room. And the only solution is that they would have had to be wearing goggles, or they would have been blinded by the brain matter and stuff. I mean, so, but at the end of it, the whole thing, it's like, well, that's the only reason it matters is try to understand, like, at what angle were the shot. I mean, so if you've got the defense saying, well, it has to be someone who's like 5'2", the state saying, well, they could be any height. I mean, that's better than saying it has to be Alex, right? In a way, like, in other words, I appreciate that Kenny Kinsey is not pigeonholing or whatever, if you will. Like even just a second ago, he said something like that. Like he said, I don't know if the person's left or right-handed. He could have said, you know, other experts would have said, well, Alex Murdaugh is right-handed, so he doesn't do that. He's totally operates under the presumption of innocence, which I really appreciate. And he will not offer an opinion or speculate just to try to prove he's right. He doesn't have the ego that a lot of these other experts have too. I mean, that's possible. My thought on the second shot, though, is that he was tripping over that step at the feed room door because A, there's a ledge there, B, there was water everywhere, and C, he would have been surprised that Paul didn't die from the first shot, and D, there would have been blowback. So I can picture how this whole thing happened, like, really easily, but I've studied the fuck out of it. So the 2 weapons are a Benelli shotgun that was loaded the way Paul loaded it, with birdshot and buckshot combined, which you're not supposed to do. So the first shot to Paul was with the buckshot. The second shot was with birdshot. And then Maggie was killed with a 300 blackout.
We're still in court. The shots going up through Paul, chest, jaw, out the top of his head.
Yes, sir.
Number 2 birdshot.
Number 2 steel
And
shot.
And again, these were the 2 weapons that were used all the time there. They have like 50 bazillion guns, but they had 3 different 300 blackouts. They have a number of these different shotguns, but these were the guns that belonged to Paul and Buster, and, you know.
Dry lock 3-inch. Yes, sir.
And you counted, and I think you said 150, 156. I can't remember.
Well, the literature says 156. I was like 150, but I kept getting tired of counting, and I think I kept messing up. So I'm going to say the literature is probably correct.
Okay. And I think
I mean, but hiring someone, you know, if you're getting charged with murder, isn't that the time to throw them under the bus? It just doesn't make any sense. If you didn't do it, he's serving a life sentence. Well, multiple life sentences. I mean, you know.
there were some 60 to 70 that were found in his body, at least.
I have no reason to doubt that. No, sir. I didn't go 1, 2, 3, 4 and count them on the X-ray, but I believe that.
Okay. And Doug, if you'll pull up, please, Defendant's Exhibit 188, which is in evidence. Well, I don't want to do that one. Hang on. Let's do crime scene photos. And folks, this is going to be a sealed exhibit, so please cover your monitors. Turn on. And, this is Defendant's 193 as soon as we're ready.
You didn't ask where was Buster? Buster was with his girlfriend out of town. They were like 2 hours away or whatever. Yeah, but still though, like, you know how it is. The first person to squeal can oftentimes get some sort of deal. But the other thing is, like Alex just said over and over again, as we all know, like that nobody else was there, I mean, if he hired someone, he could have pointed the finger at them without saying he hired them too, right? Like they did it. And if there was, I mean, there would have to be evidence to connect them, right? But like, but you wouldn't have to say he hired them. You could just hope that they're not going to talk, and then just, you know, like the way he tried to point the finger at, well, he didn't really point the finger at anybody. He was almost the vanishing perpetrator, you know? A coward. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I guess one could say that anybody who kills is a coward, I suppose. I mean, and that's the other thing is it all goes back to Gloria Satterfield, right? I mean, Heather knows. Heather knows. It's all connected to Gloria Satterfield, in my opinion. Well, Maggie and Paul were shot within seconds of each other. Alex was not there for that? Are you just saying that? You're saying that as a joke, right? No, he was there. He was there, people. He was there. He was there. He was there. He was there.
So you tell us, you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
And this is the door?
Yes, sir.
And this part of the door is blood spatter?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this,
right.
Then there's hair?
Meg, are you,
There's
it's
hair.
a joke, right? I feel like how could you possibly, because I've talked about this so much. I have an entire playlist on this Gloria Satterfield. He was there. He lied about it. He said he wasn't there, but the 911 call and the timeline of it and the interviews that he gave with the knowledge insurance people and the interviews that Maggie and Paul gave, there's no way he had to be there. Go back and check out that playlist. Seriously.
There's a little bit of bone and there's some other body tissue.
Okay. And there, you think, where is Paul in relation to the door at this
He
point?
would be right where I showed you, off at 135-ish, give or take a few degrees, closer to this side, so you could make that angle. You can look at the directionality in the blood and tell which direction it's going.
Okay. And coming out of the top of his head would be 75.
It was like Maggie and
Steel
Paul
pellets?
were shot within like
Yes, sir. That's no other way for him to get out.
20 seconds or something.
Yes, sir.
like that of each other.
And you went out there and you found one indentation.
Well, it's an indentation, but that is a little deceptive because you can see the paint damage to the top of the door. One indent is what I found, but I said bullet defects. The S got dropped from that. But if you zoom in on that, you can see where the paint was just disturbed around that indentation. But one proves it didn't go back the other direction, Mr. Griffin. It doesn't take a lot.
So if you'll pull up 188, defendants and evidence 188, and this is not under seal. 188, please. And zoom in on the indentation.
There's actually several if you,
All right.
you're cutting in on that one, but.
So you say there are more defects on the door?
Yes, sir.
Did you document any defects that you observed on the door?
I got them in a photograph. I can show you.
Okay.
What other documentation did I need to do it to verify that that's the same door?
No, I'm just talking about other pellet marks on the
There
door.
are other pellet marks on it. Yes, sir. You just cut that one down, but if you move up a little bit, you can see the little indentions right there in the paint.
All right, back it up, Doug.
Right above the hinge, right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, first I
6,
thought you were
7.
kidding, Meg, and then it seemed like
There's
you weren't
several of
kidding.
them there.
And then you see
Did I
this.
call Tonka Twist? I don't think I did. I don't think I called Tonka Twist. Yeah, it seemed like you were kidding, and then it seemed like you weren't kidding because you clarify. Anyway, it doesn't matter either way. Right, you're talking about Gloria and her fall. Right. Alex was there. That's what I'm saying.
This pellet here in the
I did not see that, but I'm vertically challenged, and I wish I could have looked up and saw that pellet, but I did not see that pellet lodged in that door frame. But I'm glad Mr. Maybach, Pombach, however you say his name, I'm glad he found it because that even proves my point a little bit more.
Well, so I'm going to ask you,
Mhm.
according to your shot angle, how would a pellet get there?
It's really, I mean, the cone, it's a cone, Mr. Griffin. I've already described how shot pattern works. It's a cone.
So this missed his head, you think?
No, it come out of his head.
Okay.
And the ones in the floor in the feed room probably also come out of his head. They bounced off that door, the OSB, and in the feed room.
Okay. And so you believe that that this pellet that's in the door jamb came through his shoulder, through his neck, out the top of his head, and ended up at that location.
Well, it didn't turn around and come back out the top of his head. Yes, sir, I do believe that.
Well, now you said there's blowback 8 to 10%. What do you mean? You testified earlier there's blowback about 8.
If someone is behind the stock of a long gun and you shoot someone within distance to have high velocity spatter come back at you, it's going to be 8 to 10% of what's in front of the gun is going to come back at you. And a lot of the literature supports that.
Well, were you, let me show you, and this is under seal. Please cover up, and it's Defendant's Exhibit 192. Under seal, 192. You see that?
What?
This photo.
Yes, sir.
Now, this blood spatter down here where you say Paul to be standing, what's your explanation for that?
What do you mean, what's my explanation?
What is it?
That is medium directional blood spatter.
From what injury to Paul?
Alex said he
Probably
wasn't
his,
there, but he was there.
his brain hitting the sidewalk would be my best guess, but that's not high velocity.
Now, you understand what Mr. Palmback said was that that's more consistent with Paul being shot from the top of the head, going through his neck, out his shoulder, and producing that stain.
I also understand Mr. Palmback said there's no damage over here from those shot pellets, and you can't have one without the other. I disagree with that result.
So you believe this is from Paul's brain landing?
Either his
where?
brain landing on the sidewalk, bouncing off the door, or either his body falling in body fluids outside. That's low velocity, low to medium velocity. That's not high velocity blood spatter. That's stomping in a puddle of blood or something moving in a puddle of blood. That's not the projected blood like you'd have a millimeter or less in high velocity blood spatter. That's large. It does show some directionality. It's coming from the door frame or either right outside the door frame, but it's large. That's way too large to be associated with the exit hole of a gunshot.
So you understand his brain landed feet outside.
I do understand, Mr. Griffin, but I also know his brain made contact with that door and the top of that door frame before it landed. And I know gravity works and brings body fluids back down to earth. You got one or the other, either that or when he fell in existing blood. That is low velocity. Like I said, that's associated with something in a puddle or something large. That's not associated with a gunshot or high-speed machinery.
Now, would you agree this is a voiding area over here on the door?
I wouldn't agree it's a void area because I don't see the outline of shoes, or I don't see the outline of a implement or the outline of anything else. I would say there's more concentrated blood droplets over here on the side opposite the hinge, but I would not necessarily agree that's a void area. I see downward spatter on the door right here. For it to be a void, that would have to be absent blood.
Well, you see a little bit.
I do, yes, sir.
But you don't. You don't see very much blood on the door.
Not
That's
compared to
argument.
the other side. You're correct.
Okay. Now,
But if there's something there, Mr. Griffin, blocking that spot, you're not going to see a little bit. You're going to see none. If you're standing there and I splash you with blood, there's going to be two perfect bloodless footprints there. So that's why I'm not considering this a void.
unless it goes up and comes down.
Gravity brings it down. That is right. And if your person had time to move or whatever, I guess that could count for it. But
Well,
I don't
if it went
consider.
over the person and came down.
And that would do what?
If body matter went over,
I mean,
brain,
yeah, Jim Griffin is just totally being argumentative. That's why this is being weird. This is the state could be objecting, but like again, they don't ever object in this trial, with the exception of Poot objecting a bazillion times with Ronnie Crosby. That was like the anomaly. The rest of the time, they just don't object. So all of this is objectionable.
went over, hit the top of the door, and then bounced out, and blood came down, that would account for a drop here or there, would it not?
It could count for a drop here or there, but like I told you, the majority of that force is applied upward.
Right.
Upward. That's why you got the hair on the ceiling. That's why you've got the demarcation line on the containers. That body fluid was directed upward with force.
Okay. And the, you mentioned there's no footprints here. Was any effort made to illuminate footwear impressions through any protein enhancers?
I didn't see any of that, Mr. Griffin, if they did. I saw no evidence of that when I went back to the scene. Generally, when you use dye stains and that kind of thing, it's just going to be there forever.
Dye stain would have picked up perhaps stained footwear impressions you can't see with the naked eye, wouldn't they?
It may have, if someone had stepped in blood and left a footwear impression.
Right. Well, there's a shooter somewhere, inside or outside the door, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And there's no effort to determine footwear impressions of the shooter.
Mr. Griffin, obviously,
was there?
I don't know. I don't know what the process was. I know they examined some partial footwear impressions,
You can take this down, Doug.
but I don't know how far they went beyond that.
Well, they certainly should have gone further than they did. Would you agree with that?
Mr. Griffin, I can only judge what I would do, and sometimes I would, sometimes I wouldn't. If
You
I
talking
saw
about the
evidence
first shot
that
or the second
I
shot?
had something that I needed some more detail, I would use
It's gotta be
chemicals,
almost done.
but it just depends on the situation.
Are you talking about the first shot or the second shot?
Kenzie, I'm going to show you what we marked as defendants exhibit 197 and 196. And I'll ask you first, 197, do you recognize that as essentially a picture outside the feeder room door?
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
my thought is the first shot is like from the hip, and the second shot he's falling backwards because I think he tripped over that step. He's falling backwards. He wasn't intending to shoot, and or he was intending to shoot, but he tripped over that step. And remember, it was all covered in water, so he was moving backwards. That's the one where he's like at that threshold, like outside the feeder room door. That's the one that's the more awkward of the two. So
I do.
And Your Honor would move 197 into evidence this time without objection, I believe.
Are you offering both of them?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to either?
No objection, Your
They're
Honor.
both admitted.
All right, 196. Dr. Kinsey, what would you make of those pock marks on the concrete outside the feed room door?
I don't know, Mr. Griffin. I don't know what they are.
Could they be pellet?
I guess they could be.
All right.
They could be from a pressure washer also.
You have these? Okay, great. So we're seeing for the jury 197, and then can you zoom in there? Can you, Doug, go to 196, please. So those could be from a pressure washer, and those could be from a #2 birdshot pellets, correct?
Well, I don't know. I have to see the cement everywhere else to see how it's weathered.
All right, fair enough. Now, last few questions, you mentioned that that you had seen some 12 execution-style killings with contact wounds to the head.
I said I've worked about 36 total. Probably 12 of them were homicides to the head. The execution thing, I don't know if it's execution or just contact, but I would say it's self-inflicted as opposed to someone else doing it.
Well, so let's get it right. 36 total. I thought
Probably 36 total. Yes, sir. And 2/3 of that was probably self-inflicted. So that would leave 12.
Self-inflicted are usually under the chin and the mouth on the side.
Well, the one that I witnessed was to the forehead.
To the forehead.
Yes, sir.
Now, of the 36, how many were shotguns?
No, I've worked a lot of self-inflicted gunshot deaths. I was saying shotguns.
Oh,
About
so
36.
36 shotguns.
Yes, sir.
Roughly 12.
And a couple of them were accidents too, but yes, sir.
Okay. And the and how many involved #2 birdshot?
I don't recall. I had some with birdshot. I don't recall if it was #2, 4, 8, 9. I don't know.
And how many were to the back of the head?
Probably a dozen were to the head. Contact either the back or the sides, or the one I told you about in the front.
Okay. And any of those, did the brain evacuate from the skull cavity?
I have seen them. I have seen the brains come out. Usually that was from one here. I'm not going to say I haven't seen it. I probably have seen it. But most definitely, like I said earlier, when I described it, it looks like it goes away. It's really still there. It's just not something you can quantify. I mean, it's just a mess. That's the only way I can explain it.
In your career, have you ever worked a case where a victim's brain has been evacuated the way Paul's was in this case?
Yes, sir, I have. And tongues also. Tongue and brain, I have seen them. Yes, sir.
And were those self-inflicted?
Both.
Okay.
Yes, sir, both.
And you're talking about shotgun?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Shotguns.
And I think you described those as execution style killings.
Yes, sir. I would, if you put it on somebody's head from the side or the top, that's how I would describe it.
Well, let me ask you, would you describe Paul's murder here as an execution style killing?
In the context that someone executed him, yes, sir, but it wasn't in the top of the head.
I understand.
Yes, sir.
And that, and there was no signs of struggle? You agree with that?
I saw none. No, sir.
And would you agree with Mr. Palmbach that it appeared that Paul got caught by surprise?
I've said that from the start. That would account for his arms being down. Yes, sir.
And
or someone he was real comfortable with.
And even under your analysis, the shooter would have blood, blowback blood on them. Is that correct?
I believe they would. Yes, sir.
It's just a matter of the quantity between you and Mr. Palmbach as to how much blood would.
Well, as I mentioned in my report, as you get closer to the muzzle of the gun, I think proportionally it's going to increase. You know, when I said 8 to 10% is what most of the literature says, that's behind the stock. But as you get proportionately closer to the muzzle end of the gun, that's going to increase because you're down at the business end where those pellets are coming out doing damage.
And in this case, you're talking about brain matter?
Yes, sir.
Blood?
Bone? Yes, sir.
And getting hit from some skull fragments?
Yes, sir. That's possible.
Under your scenario as well?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And lastly, how many murder have you worked where one person brings a high-powered assault weapon that has a magazine capacity of 20 or more rounds, and a shotgun with maximum capacity, maybe 3 shells.
Well, I have worked multiple murders where the available weapons there were used and several calibers were used, but I can't tell you from memory the other ones.
Logically, it would make sense that if you're going to go kill 2 people and you have a high-powered weapon with a high-capacity magazine, that was all you need to do the job, right?
Well, if the weapon's available, Mr. Griffin, if it's there and it's available and maybe it wasn't something that I put a lot of thought in, I'm probably going to use whatever's available.
Well, here we know there were 2 weapons available. There was a 12-gauge shotgun and a AR-15 style 300 blackout.
Yes, sir.
And both were used.
Yes, sir.
And there was sufficient capacity in the 300 blackout to kill both Maggie and Paul, correct?
Well, in a perfect scenario, a shotgun is what I would want at night with moving targets. But in a perfect scenario, a young man doesn't take a double-aught buckshot to the middle of the chest and walk away from it. So I don't know. I don't think like that. I don't know. But in the dark, I'd rather have a shotgun than that rifle.
Portion builder. One more line of questioning. You demonstrated Mr. Palmbach's shot from the top of the head with Attorney General Wilson a moment ago.
Yes, sir.
Now, that was Mr. Palmbach never put anybody inside the door the way y'all demonstrated in his testimony, did he?
That is the way I understood it. Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, he said that. Well, can you come up here, Mr.
I mean,
Harper?
with the void, you're talking about the void. He said there's a void here, and this is where I believe the shooter would be, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. So if you'll come up here, Mr. Harbootlian, and let me find the dowel.
Let me bend down. Don't let him bend down like that.
No, I don't. Come on. No, I don't. So if you're coming out of the threat, so you're going to get down.
Down?
Yeah, get down. Almost to the ground.
And over like this.
Further. All the way. Yeah, you probably need to get down further, but you probably can't do that. But the shot to the head as it's coming out, right? Or boom.
He'd have to be twisted this way for it to work out with the arm if that was the exit. Yes, sir.
But that's fine. That's fine. But Mr. Palmbach never said that they passed in the doorway, did he?
He might not have said those words, but that was my inference, that there's a void there. And when he's in the picture holding his hands here,
Right.
I took that to be Paul's head. So that's.
All right. Well, okay. Did y'all understand when he was in the picture there, he was demonstrating what your angle had to be to make it work?
Well, I wasn't in the door with my angle.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all we have.
Thank you.
Briefly, Your Honor. All right. Dr. Kinsey, you've had an opportunity to speak with with Dr. Reimer, the pathologist that actually examined Maggie and Paul, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you had an opportunity to observe and listen to the testimony of Dr. I think it's Eisenstadt, who was the pathologist that did not examine Maggie and Paul, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
You've also had an opportunity to go to the crime scene and observe the feed room, observe the areas where both Maggie and Paul were murdered, correct?
That is correct.
You've had an opportunity to observe all the brain matter and tissue and the defects in the doors and the wood and everything and get a complete context for what happened that night, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Is Dr. Reimer or Dr. Eisenstadt's conclusions about the trauma to the bodies, which one of them is more consistent with what happened at the crime scene as you observed with your expert background?
Well, I'll start by saying I don't know either one of them from a can of paint. This was my first time ever meeting Dr. Reamer, but my opinions are consistent with hers. I vary a little bit on the distance, but like I said, I'm not going to argue with a pathologist. That's not I'm not that kind of doctor.
Real quick, you differ with her a little bit on the distance of what?
Of the fatal shot to Paul's shoulder, I believe it was a little bit closer, and I can't account for that lack of stippling. But other than that, her opinions and my opinions are fairly consistent.
But that would not change, that difference of opinion would not change your conclusions either way.
No, sir, they would not.
For the sake of this redirect, let's assume for a moment that the angle of impact and the direction that the defense posed were accurate. Are there other variables that the defense expert didn't account for that could change the height of the shooter?
Well, as I demonstrated, positioning, distance, height, the way you're holding the weapon that could place those cartridge cases there. It's nothing uniform about it. As I said, it's static and dynamic.
So the shooter is running around and the victim is moving, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's chaotic.
Yes, sir.
It's crazy.
Yes, sir. I would imagine it was.
There's no way to know, unless you were there, how the gun was being shouldered, where it was being held, the angle. There's no way to know that.
I have no way of knowing that.
You were asked about how much you were being paid to be here today. Do you recall what the hourly rates of the defense experts were when they testified?
I do.
Can you go ahead and tell me what those were?
Some was $350 an hour, some was $650 an hour, and I think one was $5,500 a day, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh. Jim, pictures you just put into evidence. Oh. I got them right here. I just found them. Thank you. Okay, I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 190.
The first shot to Paul would have only needed stitches. He would have survived that had he not been shot again.
7. Do you know when that picture was taken?
I have no idea.
Okay, sir. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 196. Do you know when that picture was taken?
I have no idea. No, sir.
Is there anything about the defects of that photo that stand out to you other than just concrete defects?
They're not very uniform, but no, sir. Other than that,
Does that photo tell you anything?
it tells me nothing. No, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down. Any further witnesses by the state?
Your Honor, in the rebuttal case, the state rests.
Ladies and gentlemen, the state is rested. Going to have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case. Everyone be seated. Any comments you want to make, Mr. Harpootlian or Mr. Griffin, about Sir Rebuttal?
Sorry.
About Sir Rebuttal, Sir Reply.
No, thank you.
All right. So we run out of time today as far as the jury view. We're going to take a recess for me to confer with counsel.
Jury view. The one that struck him in the chest. Right. So let me pull up just a second here. Let me pull up this. Okay. So, so let's take a look at the jury view. Speaking of jury view. Tonka, do you know about the Snapchat video? So there's the airplane hangar. Okay, there it is. There's the airplane hangar. Okay, so here where I have it paused, you guys can see here's the doghouse they were talking about, and then there's the kennels to the right. Okay, there's the skin in shed. And back there. Okay, the kennels. Yeah, I mean, talking though, isn't that all? I mean, for so many people, right? It's like, I mean, he talked and talked and talked. I mean, I don't think anyone would disagree that he definitely talked himself into a conviction for sure. So we're going to see the feed room here in a sec. Yeah, the Snapchat video is what nailed him, definitely. Yeah, it's hard if you've only caught bits and pieces, you know? For those of you guys who haven't watched the whole trial. Okay, let me just get ahead to where we get to the feed room. Here's the quail pen. Okay. Okay. So you've got a ledge here, right, at the doorway, and then you've got this other cement thing. Now, remember, all of this was completely soaked because that hose had been running. We see those videos of the crime scene. Okay. All right, so where Paul was standing for the first shot, he was at the back of the feed room where they had all the collars and stuff, of course, has been gutted. So he was standing there. Now, the first droplets of blood, can you guys see my mouse? Were like all the way back here. And it was like little drop and then like more drops increasing, right? I mean, you could see the pattern as he was walking towards the door. So the first shot, Alex was like kind of in the door frame, right? And I'll show you guys. back up, back up, back up. Let me go back this way. Okay, so he was like in the doorway, right? And then my opinion of what happened, and I think this is what the evidence shows, being that there's a ledge there and then everything was all soaked with water, and then probably also being startled by Paul moving towards him, that he was still alive, and also potentially the blowback from the first shot. I think he stumbled backwards, and that's when he took that second shot from that weird angle that went up and then of course at that point, that's how the whole thing happens, right? And then the brain hits the top of the door and whatnot. And then he would have had that 300 blackout, probably leaning right outside that feed room, picked that up and went and did Maggie. Because Maggie was right there. She was running towards Paul. And there you can actually see that's a pretty good view there, right? Of this ledge. And again, all of this was soaked with water. And here's the house. That's not nearly as important here. So let me pull up. Where is it? Where did it go? Pull this up. Collars, or what do you think those are? So I'm just pausing it. So this is the feed room from the time, right? So this is what it looked like. So there's all these collars back here. So Paul would have been standing back here. I think he was trying to send a text message, right? He was using his phone, and I think he was also getting a collar for one of the dogs because not all the dogs had their collars on. They testified that Paul was, I think 5'8", 5'9" is what it was. So they have shot collars and GPS collars. And I'm just trying to see if this is what they said about the collars. I'm trying to see if I have another picture of the feed room in this. I don't know that I have it in this one. Some close up of the collars. So this is sorting out the thing with the collars. The collars are important because they explain how Bubba was able to be left out while Alex went to Alameda. But does anybody, let me see, does anybody want to watch Alex's first interview with law enforcement? Has everybody seen that? Oh, here's what the truck, hold on. This is what I was looking for, actually. Okay. So that's about the trucks. This is probably not worth it for some of you guys who aren't as familiar with the case, because this is like super examining this, the events here. So yeah, let me see here. Is that a yes to watching Alex's first interview? It's so good. It's fascinating. Okay.
And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay.
So we have SLED agent David Owens here, and then that's Alex's friend and attorney sitting there in the back. Not that's representing him at trial, but I mean, remember, all his friends are all attorneys anyway. So that's Danny Henderson, and then that's Laura Rutland there in the back, another detective.
All right.
Gotcha.
As I stated,
Cool.
I'm
Okay.
David Owen.
Awesome. You guys are in for a treat.
And Laura Rutland with Colleton County. I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I
but,
understand.
yeah,
I totally
yeah,
understand.
yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was.
I'm so sorry.
And I could see his brain on his. And I ran over to Maggie, and actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I mean, I could see.
Mm-hmm. Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to take, I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there were some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not the, no, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel, I was at the
This is
house.
from just hours
I left the house.
after the murders, right? Just hours after. So this is a good one though. So what made you come out here tonight?
You come out here tonight.
That's the question.
I
Question is what made you come out here tonight?
went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
Remember, at the time, Maggie'd been staying at Edisto for the summer, and Paul was living elsewhere, but he was with Alex's brother, where he was doing work and whatever. So basically, the point being, neither of them were like staying at Moselle. Neither of them, as in Maggie or Paul. He asked both of them to come, and they only were there for like an hour and a half or something. That's from when they arrived at Moselle to the murders.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
Okay. You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11th, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
How about, what's Maggie's full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh.
And her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers, people breaking in?
None that I know of. The only thing that what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that, and there's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story, so I don't think they give it to me, but I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person in particular or group of people?
I don't know.
That you could think of?
Not that I know, no, sir.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time. He gets
recently?
Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
What kind of,
I'm gonna kick your ass, I've never been privy firsthand,
Is that through social media or?
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what he goes out like somewhere. He's in college, so if he goes out is what I understand. I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
Who's his best friend?
His best friend in Colombia is Will's Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together in Colombia.
You said Will Chapman and Will Loving?
Will's.
Oh yeah, he
with
brings
an
up
S,
the boat
Chapman.
crash right away from the 911 call. 911 call is also really fascinating. Brings up the boat crash right away. I mean, that's the whole thing. The vigilante 5'2" people from the boat crash. Yeah.
And Will with an L Loving.
Okay.
He had it ready to go from the very beginning of that 911 call. And then when the police officer, and as soon as the first responders were on the scene, first thing, brings it up again. I mean, he's been bringing it up immediately with everybody.
Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Tootin, Nolan Tootin.
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one? I'm sorry.
Rogan Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I tried to call Rogan, was one of the people he's the boy that I told you lives
Okay,
around the corner.
okay.
That's very, he's just a good, helpful young man.
Poor Rogan. Rogan is.
Do you mind if I open the door really quickly?
Go right ahead. Do what you need to do.
Cash the dog who was there in the kennel video.
So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head.
Okay.
I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even
Get ready for this one, guys. Get ready.
embarrassed to say it, but it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys, and the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs, and that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah.
Wow.
Now, I really don't think this guy, is probably the person, but that's just so freaking.
Yeah, that's kind of far-fetched
It's
story.
weird. But he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
CB Rowe.
Why
ROWE?
Yeah,
Oh my
and I
God.
sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers, and so, I mean, I'm sure he's a little bit.
where does he live?
I don't exactly know. Somewhere in in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, or closer?
I do. But I do think him and Paul got along pretty well. That's just really, really weird. All right. CB.
Right there, in the lap.
Here, I know he called me, so I'll go to that. Okay.
You need to get that phone on the charge, Alec, if you can.
Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Watch your leg for a second, please.
Thank you.
When did he tell that story to Paul?
Sometime last week.
Okay.
Sometime last week. My son Paul actually, and I really do not think, on all honesty, that it's him, but I know y'all got to check it out. But Paul was so taken aback by it that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it.
Okay.
No. But for all his weirdness, I mean, I do think they they got along
Okay.
pretty good.
How long had he been working here?
I guess about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, a couple months.
Okay. Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard on for Paul that you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
And most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know.
Okay.
It was some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know.
Okay.
It's like, for example, he went out in Charleston a couple months ago, came back, he got a black eye. And, he can't defend himself right now because he has these charges. So, Paul was a real tough man's man. He would just.
He would defend himself, but he hadn't been.
That's right. But
how was he handling that case, moving over everybody?
As far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here.
Mm-hmm.
I need to find out if there were any out here because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12 gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was. I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was a camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. But I don't think it was out here
Okay.
recently. but I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when deputies pulled up, where did that come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun, probably overreacting, but.
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I mean, I came out and, I called 911 first, talked to them for a little while, and then I told her.
You told her?
That I was going to go to the house.
Okay.
And that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
Okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one, but I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we could compare if that shotgun was out here and now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Try to figure that out.
No, absolutely.
And I know living out here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns.
Yeah. Shotguns, rifles,
pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. I mean, you name it across the board, we have them.
Okay.
And all of them we have are, in a hunting room in our house.
What was their schedule today? When did they get home?
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home to deal with the sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay. So before dinner time? Or
Oh, yes, ma'am.
lunchtime? Or
No, ma'am.
What brother does Paul work for?
John Marvin.
And what does Paul do for him?
Everything.
Just handyman?
Yes, sir.
was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
Oh, no. I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
Okay, so she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regularly.
Okay.
She comes out here a lot.
Do you have any cameras on your property?
I have deer cameras, but none, around up here.
Where are they at?
On different deer stands.
Okay, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields and
Okay.
but there's none that, are near here.
Okay.
What doctor did Maggie see today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I want to say Gordine
Okay.
is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
Nope, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer.
Alex is
And I left to go to my mom's.
Oh, yeah.
She said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And
I love that part too. This is a good one. She might ride with me, but she normally doesn't.
Couch probably.
Remember, initially the whole reason for Maggie even being there and coming to Moselle was to literally go visit his parents with him. So
I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer. And I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone. So that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
What time was that?
So the motive is, again, is a more layered thing. I agree with the state's theory of the case, but I think there's more to it than that. My opinion is that it goes back to Gloria Satterfield. Are you familiar at all, Doug, with the housekeeper? She was really more than a housekeeper, but the one who died tripping over the dogs, quote unquote, on the stairs and all that. And then Alex sued himself so that he could have a huge insurance settlement from his own insurance company that was supposed to go to the boys, her sons, which he then stole. He stole more than $8 million. The only other people who were there were Maggie and Paul. And so there's a lot, but in summary, I think it goes back to that whole thing. And it was coming out, the settlement, the fact that we'll have to have another discussion. I have a whole playlist for the Gloria Satterfield case. Yeah, okay, you heard about that. Yeah. I have a whole playlist for that. It's called Gloria Satterfield, The Fall That Started It All. And we didn't finish that because what happened was we were doing that and then Karen Reed's first trial started. And then I've been doing other things and I've been forgetting to go back and finish that. But I think that's what started it all here. And, but that's why it's all related, right? The boat case is all related. And so is the money, and all that is related. Like even like the financial crimes, one of the main victims and main things was stealing from Gloria Satterfield's son, right? Sons, sorry, plural. And that only happened because of the because he sued himself, right? Like, anyway, we'll leave it at that for right now. Yep. Correct. 2018. You even got the year right. Good job on that. Yep. And everything about that is nuts and doesn't, yeah. And then Alex, had she not fallen and died, he couldn't have sued himself and then stolen all the money that was supposed to go to the boys. It's just kind of insane. And then it came out in the media that case had settled right before the murders. And that's when Tony Satterfield even learned, because he kept telling them that he was still working on it. And it was like, it came out in the media, in the newspaper or whatever, local newspaper, that like it had settled for over $5 million. And at that point, Maggie and Paul would have learned that I think they were putting two and two together. I don't know. There's a lot.
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message.
But he definitely lured the two of them there and not Buster. And what do all things have in common? The people who were present for Gloria Satterfield were Alex, Maggie, and Paul. And same thing for the murders, right? And Buster stays out of it. So, or he's left out of it.
All right. I texted her at 9:08, going to check on M, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47. That must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that, but let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her 9:45. And then I tried Paul. And then, no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been riding over there. 10:03. I mean, my calls are right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously this is when I, at 10:06, can I help you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Take the call.
Anybody else want some gum?
No, sir.
You don't have any water, do you, Danny? That's all right. I don't need it.
If you behind Danny's head is a case of water.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I got some right here.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sure we're going to have much more questions.
I'm available at, you let me know.
What what's another number in case I can't get you on your cell?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay.
An office number. I can give you my brother's cell phones.
All right. What's Randy's? And you said your dad's in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Which hospital? Charleston or
Savannah, Candler, St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. He's doing okay given everything, but he's got a lot going on.
About Maggie's family, where are they?
Somerville.
Have you been in touch with them tonight?
Contacted, yes. I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, and the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person. And they are going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville?
Yes. And her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
Do you have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's right. You said it. What's his name?
Buster. Well, Richard Alexander Jr.
Okay. He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Okay. Laura, you got anything?
This one's hard, but when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
Just like he is.
Just like he is. So you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
Okay, so it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well in the
This
evening?
this place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
I tried to turn him, and then I checked him, and I think I already knew, but I checked him.
And when you first pulled into the property, did you come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come
I
in?
went to the house,
Okay,
and then I came from the house
this way.
straight here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle was parked is probably
Is where it was. Okay.
well, no, maybe not
Mhm.
exactly, but it was pretty close because I
Okay.
came back the same route
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
when I came
Okay.
back.
All right. I can't think of anything else right now, but we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
Yes, sir. So, just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out there. Well, I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. I'm sorry.
Buster, in here. Okay.
Yes, sir. I dropped my card.
We get you one.
Sorry.
I'll get you one.
Here you go.
Thank you.
So the coroner will come over and talk to you. They'll do the autopsy and everything, and then go from there.
Thank you.
But we'll come see you before we leave.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Rutland.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Here, you want this water?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh my God, you guys, I was muted that whole time. Are you kidding me? I was just talking for so long. Oh God, that's awful. I'm so sorry. I don't know how that even happened. I don't know how. I must have accidentally clicked that. Holy shit. I was just talking. I'm such an idiot. Wow. Okay. Well, what I was basically saying is I was saying, yes, absolutely. I was reading this comment here. And then I was saying that for anyone who's less familiar with Murdaugh, this is my favorite case and my favorite trial of all time. If you go to my YouTube channel, you'll see and click on playlists. You'll see all the different playlists that I have. And I have a playlist for this, the Murdaugh Murders Trial Series. And then I also have a playlist for Gloria Satterfield. It's called Gloria Satterfield, The Fall That Started It All. If anyone is interested in learning more about that. Of course, there's also the playlist for all the other cases. And then, of course, there's music stuff too. But as far as Murdaugh is concerned, I think I've got 3 Murdaugh playlists. I think I've got like The Neverending Story, which is like the follow-up after the verdict, but that wouldn't be what y'all would want if you don't know as much. You would want to go either to the Gloria Satterfield playlist or to the Murdaugh Murders Trial Series playlist, which is what this video is a part of, right? And the links to the every single live stream that I do, guys, whatever playlist it's a part of, that playlist is always linked in the video's description. And they're always and when you go to the playlist, they're organized in order, so it makes it easy. And then what else was I saying? Oh, yes. I was saying that earlier we did Karen Reed and we also did Nick Balance testifying in Idaho for Chad Daybell's case. And I did 3 back-to-backers here. And then I was saying that Monday is Karen Reed. And that day is going to be crazy because of the affidavit that just came out, which we covered earlier. And then also the ARCA dudes. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be trying to cover that live all day on Monday because whatever happens, things are going to be crazy. Things are going to be happening and it's going to be crazy. So, oh, I miss Mojo. I was asking you about, you said you've talked to Gloria Satterfield's son. People never need to be sorry for feeling like they're talking in the chat. That's the point of it. The drug problem was to try to explain where the money went. The drug problem was trying to explain where the money went. When he only came up with that when he was confronted with having stolen all the money from the clients in the law firm, and he was confronted with all that. Literally confronted on September 3rd, or he knew he was being fired on September 3rd. He was confronted on September 4th by Chris Wilson, and literally when he was asked about the money, he literally was like, "I have a drug problem." In response, like, didn't answer the money, just said, "I've been a drug addict." Like, it's just crazy. What's been referenced, Spencer? So what he does, he always pivots, right? When something else is uncovered, he would pivot to something else. So yeah, so anyway, guys, definitely check out the playlist if you want to learn more about this case or any of the other ones or Gloria Satterfield. But Monday is going to be insane for Karen Reed. And I might have another live stream. Well, I'm sure I'll have something later. I might be doing Shannon Gardner and getting caught up on that. But yeah, but that'll be it for this one, guys. Love y'all. Thanks for being here as always. And squirrel out.